True.
What did the
Not all of
gunpowder?
them are actually weak to fire.
The gunpowder slime.
Yeah, I know. The gunpowder slime is gonna get us. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Oh, what's wrong? Just a little gunpowder slime.
It's just a bomb. You don't like a bomb in your apartment?
Come back over here. I'll give him a hug.
What are you, some kind of coward? Scared of a little.
I need to get one of those earth elemental gems so I can summon my stand again. Man that punches you to death.
Man who folds your laundry with you still in it.
I can't believe they took away Earthclad from the earth elemental. Why?
Maybe because it was you punching people's feet. You
no, you see, no, Josh. I know you're gonna say that, but druids can't do that anymore.
Maybe because it was you punching people's feet.
That was technically legal. There was no reason I couldn't punch them through the floor. They watched me playing Cure and they're like, no, this has to stop.
Everyone just looked at it. It's like, man, that's kind of cool. Same time, we need to stop this.
Because it's like if I can move through the earth, there's no if I can move through the earth at will, there's no reason why I couldn't just punch straight through the floor. Like that means that the floor doesn't matter.
Well, yeah.
Then right,
But yeah, no, they're like that's unfair. We're gonna nerf the fire elemental as a bonus. They can no longer light people on fire with their touch.
That was annoying to keep track of.
Yeah, but it's a fire elemental. It didn't have to be there unless the DM wanted it to be there.
Yes, I wanted it to be.
Isn't new fire elemental? Doesn't it still say like it starts burning if you hit with an attack?
The old one started a D10 of fire damage, so you used an action to put it out on touch, so you could walk past like 5 people and light them on fire. Like it wasn't even the attack roll. I'm pretty sure you could just walk past them, just like you're on fire, you're on fire, you're on fire, you're on fire.
It was rather obnoxious.
Which, it didn't really matter that much at high levels, but it was really stupid.
Imagine you cast,
It does still have that, guys. Fire Form, the
you
element
could cast invisibility on a fire elemental and set it off in the middle of town. Kill so many people.
10 fire damage.
I mean, I've considered this before also, that it's like, how much do you think a wizard could ruin society? You turn yourself greater invisibility, you teleport in on top of a hill, invisible. You then cast Meteor Swarm, then you teleport home. That's your entire day, and you do this for months. Could anybody stop you?
No.
Because they can't perceive you. You're there for 14 seconds. And you're gone. And you can be anywhere. It's like a mile out.
Motherfucking Nick pulling straight villain hours in this shit right now.
It's like, you couldn't do anything to the wizard. Best case scenario, you figure out where they are, but they can account for that by just simply having a range of teleportation options around to the city that they teleport to randomly, so you don't even know which one they're going to be at for 14 seconds.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, you found me, the maximum level wizard. Congratulations, now I'll just kill you before leaving.
Leave a smoldering pile of hamburger meat.
At that point, you ask God who's doing this, and then you ask God to kill them.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. The 20th level cleric just use their wish to teleport you to them.
Fucking divine intervention.
Yeah, that might be divine intervention.
The finger of God comes down and squishes the wizard.
Yeah, something like that.
Then the wizard gets back up and fucking jumps into their clone.
The wizard is actually an ooze.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, burning only does a D4 damage? I've never seen such a pathetic hazard.
I've never seen a more pathetic hazard in my life.
What's like, when that implies like even I as a wizard, I could stand burning for like over a minute, just like, I'm on fire. I could take it or leave it. Have a sip of my drink, look around.
Yeah, I think
have a bite of my
if you're on
sandwich.
fire, you should have to make a wisdom saving throw. Otherwise, you spend your whole turn screaming.
True, yeah.
And it requires a dexterity check to put yourself out. It's not just an action.
Pulling in this Warhammer shit.
To be fair, putting yourself out isn't that easy. Like, it's not like it's guaranteed to happen, especially when, the Psyker casts giant fireball on top of you. I feel like that's pretty hard to put out.
Correct. It's very accurate, but also brutal. Goddamn.
The willpower check to start putting yourself out, though, is very silly, because it's like, if I in real life got lit on fire by a giant fireball, I would at least be stop, drop, and rolling or running to the sink to try to put myself out. I would not be like, oh god, I'm on fire, what do I do?
Yeah.
Hit yourself. Hit yourself now.
I assume the sink would be better than trying to like roll on the ground, because I have one of those like detachable ends to the sink, so I feel like I could put myself out with that pretty good compared to rolling on the floor.
Walking around with a hose spritzer for yourself.
It's also kind of silly that you can set a fucking like a greater demon on fire, and it's got about a 50% chance to be panicked about it and not do anything.
Wait, I thought that was an error by us, was it not?
Nope.
Was it?
Nope.
I thought that panic by fire thing was an error.
Afterwards that they're not supposed to actually be able to be afraid.
Well, I guess it isn't technically fear. It's just they're burning, so they're panicking.
Demons aren't affected by fear or pinning, but fire's different.
Yeah, I guess it's not explicitly either. Although to be fair, I think it should be pinning. That kind of makes sense.
So, last time on the faith and the treasure and everything in between and below and above.
You wanted to say festering faiths, didn't you?
I wanted to say everything, honestly. I've been
Skies of festering.
Skies of festering Solna.
Treasury.
Yeah, Skies of festering treasuries. There you go. That's the next one.
Can't wait till we find the festering
I already
treasure.
know where that is.
As the party had taken a moment to collect themselves and meet Ben's family, that of the Song clan, Elsaraz. They had taken part in the ritual and Ben's passing, being able to send him on his way, at least the body, honored in memory, those offering up tokens or blood to join them on the path and the journey. It was during these circumstances that Ben's mother had put on a fairly tough face, though slowly broke down for a time, weeping over her child and many others, making sure that he was ready. The other that had arrived back home, Vance, his father, much more stoic, dressed in full plate and clearly from another part of the world where he was taking parts in battle, the descriptions that you had gathered. The other that is now part of the party, Sarah, was brought along. We bear witness as well as had some reports from Vet of what was going on. Vance had made a request that you listen to his other son before going to console his wife. Sarah mentioning that Ben was on quite the beaten track, able to confirm that some reliquaries as well as Wembley being significant were brought to his attention, but also confirmed to be real and having a location. Hearing out the full request of being able to accompany the rest of you, some of the curiosities that you carry with you are to pursue what Fen was after, especially that of the Waste and I. Decided to take a moment after the ceremony to test Sarah, see how he held up. Vasilier and Sarah had managed to have an appropriate test of combat. The short stretch of combat itself on the beach was an excellent demonstration of skills and prowess, some to durability, but had a better understanding of each other, knowing full well that even though he had not seen his brother in some time, could probably be easily on the same level as Fen. Even though he is the older brother, could tell very much where Ven had collected more or less the combat prowess but durability from the family. It was also during these times that, as others were paying homage or distracting themselves, those who are more silent, set in stone, couldn't find words, stepped away, seeking distraction or any form of recompense that they could find in this moment. Damaged knuckles, scratched and scraped, punching something clearly. Even attempting to apologize to Vance at one point. He had held up a hand to be hushed as he understood that not all of them will return home. This is how their lives are lived. And especially for the task at hand, he fully understood. And does not seem to be holding grudge or anger. The only one who seems the most distraught is Anley, his mother. In the midst of that distraction, Fastus was taking some time to enjoy being home, back on the coast for the beautiful coral reefs and other and more tropical areas. As they were going out and swimming, occasionally guiding around some reef sharks and other, well, aquatic creatures, strange enough. We do come back to where the party is collecting themselves from the beach. What has happened between Vance's son, Sarah. As Sokka has returned from the ocean, looking not really as superheated as he used to be. Even the lava shifter has almost a dullard glow to it, something akin to dying embers and flames that are going out. at this point. You have the rest of the day. You figure out your plans, your destinations, how you would wish to go about them, especially since you currently don't have a vehicle, but you do have other greater options of transportation. It's just a dip spire right now. How would you proceed the day as you have pretty much the rest of it? Advances and ways. Taking the time. The other wizard that you had seen briefly mentioning going back to Fainaquia, knowing that Vance is probably not going to be in Alceraz much longer. You know, Blood Fury has still proffered the option to you, even though it's been a few days in passing, knowing full well.
Yeah, but fuck.
Fuck that guy.
I don't like his cat.
I don't like your face, I don't like your shit. Right? There's also the curious happenings. Oh, sorry.
No, please.
There was,
The DM gets to talk before me.
Hey, you need to raise your hand.
Yeah. No!
Yeah,
Don't
raise your
speak up
hand.
like that.
I was just going to mention briefly as well that there's also the curiosity of, the box. Ellsworth Inn.
No, not the box. Yeah, you know, actually, let's mess with the cursed elven box in the middle of this nice town, you know? Essentially release the apocalypse up here. This is a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wasn't this also the thing that was giving, like, putting you under the influence of the bad? We got pulled into the bad because people were playing too much with the bad.
I'm pretty sure the only, like, sort of bad thing that happened was that it almost drank my soul when I tried to open it.
Minor things, you know?
You
Well,
didn't
you
even
know,
try
it's
to
an-
I
open it.
swear there was like a. I swear we had a conversation where it was like, oh wait, the people who have opened the box are like infected or something. But maybe I'm misremembering.
I think you're misremembering. I don't think that was discussed
Yeah,
at all.
You were just trying to identify it, and it made you want to open it so it could drink your soul.
Yeah, and then I started to
Oh,
open it,
that's
and I
the
felt
other
it drinking my
box.
soul, and
Yeah.
then it was slammed shut.
Yeah, the Mammoth
I'm
box
talking
that
about, you know,
got...
the-
I'm
We had
conflating the two
discussed
boxes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm fooled.
Yeah, no, there was the jeweled puzzle box that got destroyed by Annette when she Dispel Magicked it.
Right.
hilarious.
And now there's the other box. I mean, hey, if you need somebody to risk their entire sense of being, I'm easily the most suicidal in the party right now. Let's
I don't think.
Oh, nice.
I don't think
We could
I
use
hate
that.
you enough to try to get you to open up the box. It's like, you know what? Cast your soul into the elven puzzle box.
Man, who the hell is Mammon?
Mammon nut. Got him.
heard Blood Fury died of ligma. Who's Blood Fury?
Look, my balls.
So sad Blood Fury died to a meteor swarm.
If the party doesn't have anything that like we immediately gather to go do, Sokka would like try and make himself useful to Ven's family. I would ask them if they need help with anything.
Be the furnace.
That's fucked up. That is kind of fucked up.
Hmm.
What?
Let me go find Saren and
I do
tell
remember
her
last
I-
time we basically left off on the idea that, sorry. The last time we left off on the idea of talking about going after the cult of Baetalus, I believe, but that also hinged on us having a net and crushing tide, but we have neither of those two things, so...
Hmm.
She's still off busy with her own thing.
And that has T-posed into the background to open up a criminal syndicate in this nice idyllic town.
She's making criminals.
Ran out.
Spawning them.
The T-pose
Casting
crying.
Modify Memory on random civilians to recruit them to her cause.
Christ.
You've been my friend since childhood. You are now a criminal. You now rob people and give me the proceeds. You were always a criminal.
No, forever be.
What if you modify memory somebody to be compliant to further modify memory, so you can just completely rewrite their life because they like it now, because they have a memory of enjoying it?
Bradimir's family with his mother?
I think
Another
that's
thing
called
that fucked
becoming
up
a
wizards
vampire.
can do. Yeah, I made my mother unracist.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like your first
Hermione
modify
grades
memory
your
is to make
behavior.
them alike being modify memory, so they don't resist any further attempts. And you just rewrite their entire personality.
You've always had hypnosis kink.
You've always enjoyed having the 5th level spell modify
I
memory
modify
casted upon
memory.
you.
The first time you busted was the hypnosis board.
Fucking goddamn, dude.
That's stupid as fuck. That's so
We're off on a
stupid. I
tangent.
love
What
it.
are we doing?
Bust into
I don't know. I mean,
hypnosis
everybody seemed
porn.
to
apparently.
ignore what I said. Now we've gotten the bust in it.
No.
There was definitely reference to the shards of the oh my god, shards of the meteor. For other things, socket. Well, Annalie, Maria, and Saren are busy. Vance is consoling Annalie, and Saren is off with his wife. But I don't know. What? Yes, Duke, man.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this.
Hello, thank you.
It's
What
the
did Saren want us to do? Go straight into the silt wastes?
Well, if you recall, he wanted us to trust him first. Because you remember that, like,
Okay.
he doesn't actually
Yeah.
exactly know what we were going to do and why
Yeah.
you were important.
Why were
And
you?
also, you didn't tell me. You straight up just didn't tell me, and I didn't roll very good on my insight. So I was like, "Look, I know you're not telling me something. Can
The
I
only
just
thing I
like hang
kept
with
from
you
you
until
was
you trust
the
me?"
You.
gemstone key.
Which I feel like is the most important part, though, because otherwise it's like you're just
Yeah.
standing outside, like, crossing your arms, like, open.
Yeah, but like, we have other keys that might help us get these artifacts that Ven wanted to get.
Don't we have a bunch of minor keys?
Yeah, you still have some minor keys.
Yeah, we do. We got heaps.
Yes, you do. No,
We
but
have
basically,
minor keys. Yeah.
it was left off on me saying like, "Look, you guys don't have to do what I've asked you to, like, instantly. I just need to know, like, everything that Ven knew, and you're not telling me that. So, you know, take me with you. I can earn your trust, and then you can tell me, like." And that was
Okay,
basically
then we
the
need to have
offer.
some sort of group building activity exercise where we go and do a side quest.
Let's go play Two Truths and a Lie.
Hmm.
Not that kind of side quest.
But yeah, on the
Let's go
beach, I
open a
was like,
tavern together.
Go to the whorehouse. Oh.
the last time we spoke, basically Osilia and Wembley seemed down with it. So I was like, all right, look, the rest of you, make up your mind. Come find me before you leave. You know? And then he just left you
So
guys
maybe
alone.
the thing that the party does in character as we go have a conversation where we say, do we want Saren? And I don't think in character we have any reason anybody to say no, right?
I don't really
That's
know
kind of
why
what
in
we're
character
doing
we'd be doing that exact thing that Ven wanted to do anyways.
I'm not saying that we would immediately go do that. I'm saying whether or not we're open to taking that and a person to replace Ven as similar to how we're looking to take jobs.
Mm.
It's not a.
Yeah.
It's
How about we
a-
have an actual conversation as speaking in elaborate hypothetical?
Okay, Socket rejoins the party. He smells like seawater. There is a
heap of
gold
coral.
greatsword in one hand and a handful of coral in the other. I was thinking about the new guy.
And see what?
You,
Ben's brother.
the one you barely paid attention to?
Yes.
The very same.
He's like Ven, but bigger, so he's definitely stronger. And he wants to go to the wastes anyway, which we're going to eventually.
Oh, he definitely wasn't paying attention.
In character, no, Socket was not. Does anyone else have thoughts?
I do, but I don't really know exactly what we're going to do. I mean, I'm not really too particularly invested in going straight into the Sealed Wastes.
Nor
I do want to honor Ven. I think we should do that eventually.
Eventually.
It's not off the table, but it's not really something we have to do right now. It's not really anything that's going to improve anything of substance that we really need to do.
I think we should take Saren with us, and by the time we are ready to go in there, then maybe we'll trust one another and know a bit more about him, and we'll tell a bit more about us.
I mean, for the record, I barely know much about any of you. Other than Wembley, because he won't stop talking about his stories.
Maybe we should have a proper bonding session then. We can invite Saren and get to know him as well.
I'm also slightly worried after having several people try to, assassinate us that he's going to try to revenge kill us.
Fen did warn me that he'd, come and find me and kill me at some point. If I didn't do I distinctly remember that. That stuck with me.
I guess if he was going to try to do that, he probably would be doing it right now, considering he's surrounded by people that are decently skilled and would probably also share his opinion, so that probably isn't going to happen.
Well, he also
And
doesn't
after
know I have
today's
the cube yet.
demonstration, I think we can rest assured that he probably can't pull that off alone.
Well, that was my point, is that if he was going to, he'd probably do it while everybody else is here. And, we're all in a place that's his home territory, filled with strong warriors and people he trusts, to also kill us. So that was probably a pointless worry. That probably isn't going to happen.
I think we should also talk about you, Socket.
I agree. I am always the best topic of conversation.
Well,
I'm not
let's
sure
be
you
civil
like
about it.
where it's going to go.
Let's be civil about it. You clearly weren't yourself. Can you give us a recount of your perspective of that terrible day?
No.
Oh,
Socket will recount how he In his own classic like language, describing himself as if he's the center of the universe. How, of course, you all noticed how upset he had been and how conflicted about recovering his past, the thing he'd been after so long.
Oh yeah,
Then
it all shows in your
convinced him.
face. We're very aware.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's
Uh-huh.
how he talks, as if you guys can freely read his emotion, which is completely stone and immovable face.
Uh-huh.
He recounts how Ven convinced him to put it in, and how immediately as he did, the fire within connected with the fire in the sword and the fire in his soul, and he was suddenly not in control anymore as the old bonds took back over, and he became just a piece of Betelgeuse again. A living shard of the meteor. That it was the ruby in his stomach, nearly complete with the souls of those slain, that allowed the manifestation that eventually pulled itself out of Socket. And how finally, when that happened, he was able to control himself again, and how he did everything he could, but there was no fighting against his own creator, while the thing that would allow his creator to manifest in the world was nearly complete inside of him. And so I tried to kill myself. I went into the ocean and I drank seawater. I tried to put out the fire inside me. It didn't work.
It sounds to me more like you just need to not put that gem back in your head again.
Oh, I smashed it. That was part of it. I smashed it. It is gone.
No, I don't mean the magma ruby. I mean the other one.
The memory gem.
Did
Did you
also
get the
smash
memory
that
gem?
one?
I don't even remember where it was.
It was in the estate next to the skull box. I grabbed my.
No, no, no.
from
I
the
mean,
skull box.
because it got taken by Ven, then Annette had it. Did you ever get it back from Annette?
I'm pretty sure Annette still has it because it was in Ven's bag.
We
I
mentioned
think
this.
Yeah.
I believe it
last
was.
session.
I believe it was dumped out onto the table when we were going through Ven's effects at the table after the funeral.
Pretty sure that
Raise
wasn't
his
the one
hand.
that looked like the one that I had. 'Cause he described
Hmm.
having one that was like the one that I had for a long time.
Yes,
I would
somebody's raising their hand.
We very specifically, I asked Jesse if he is giving back Socket's gem, and he said yes.
Alright, so
Okay.
yeah.
This
Oh,
happened
okay.
last-
It is.
I do
Socket
remember
took it back and
this.
smashed it.
His memory's
Okay.
gone.
I was just trying to establish chain of custody for the magical gem. You know.
Okay.
All right, glad
All
we got
gems
that sorted out.
smashed.
It's officially smashed.
Well, then
They're
your
all broken.
quest is over, isn't it?
I will further.
Now you can
Uh,
be a free golem.
Free boy.
no. I broke free of control to protect those who were being harmed by the flames of Betelgeuse. I am not done. And I have anger to spare. So use it. All of
Good.
you.
So you'll
I don't care
come
what
with
form.
us and help us beat the baddies.
As ever.
Sure, I'm okay with that. I think
So,
there's Nothing more to talk about there.
So going forward, I would like to propose the new rule that we do not mess with things beyond our comprehension.
As the box floats into purview.
At
This
least
is
as
not
long as
retroactive,
No!
right?
let's all be together when we do these sorts of suspicious magical item things.
Okay, yes. The box the box one is retroactive. We'll deal with the box. But going forward, we should not hold on to something we don't understand for prolonged periods of time. That has a chance of being dangerous.
Checks pockets.
Is that reasonable?
Why not?
Yeah, I suppose maybe we should have just found somewhere to hide it.
Yeah, well, you know, looking back, you always get better ideas, but I'm just saying going forward, we should try to avoid making that same mistake, because I'm sure we're going to find something else that's that bad. Speaking of which, our neighbor back in Dimspire wanted cursed artifacts. I remembered that just now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she'd like to look at the box when we return?
Do we trust her with the box is the next
soul
question.
Drinking thing.
I guess I don't really trust her. I don't really know much about her. But she might know something about it. I mean, it's not like how personally invested are we in the box of screaming elfin souls?
In my experience, someone with an unhealthy interest in cursed items is usually not a mentally intact person.
Well, we could solve that issue by not letting her keep it. Same rules as everything else we just laid out. She can look at it as long as we're all present, and then we take it with us when we go.
Yeah. Anyways, aside from that, what do we actually have that we want to do now, aside from the Silt Wastes in the future?
I still have a couple of people I need to kill.
Sure,
You
let's
have
bring
more
Sarah
people you
with
want
us
to
and
kill?
go kill someone.
Is that really the best introduction to us? Hey, trust us, we're gonna go commit murder?
It's the most.
Well, the thing we're going to
honest
be
of
doing after that
introductions.
is tomb robbing.
Well, the tomb robbing, the civilization's long since dead. I feel like that graduates into a gray area.
The person we're killing is a bad person. Is that not a gray area?
Well, how long after somebody's dead does it become archaeology?
Okay, let's not get into that.
I think for it to be archaeology, you just have to be a different culture than the person you're excavating.
No,
That's a good point.
bad. No,
Does that mean I could dig up the graves here? Is that archaeology?
that's not how
You
this
can
is
call it
supposed to
what you
go.
want.
I guess they wouldn't have any graves. They do cremations. Never mind.
I mean, the cult of the meteor were just the ones that we had met before, right?
We mentioned that as an aside, as like something to potentially do, and we were like, "Oh yeah, we need a lead on that." Yeah, Crushing Tide, Annette. Annette's leading the Crushing Tide. Let's talk to Annette. Annette T poses out of frame.
Don't worry, I can just answer for her if you want. Since
Yeah,
Go
sure.
for it.
I was gonna say our
Annette.
alternative is we go interrogate Blood Fury, since
I
he is
feel like that's a
clearly
bad idea.
Oh, let's
really
rock and roll a home
into
invasion.
Fatalist.
Be clear
Let's
on
do a
name.
home invasion on
not-
one of them. Let's completely unclear our name. Let's walk up to one of the
Yeah.
most powerful people in the city and completely tarnish our name forever.
Yeah, let's do that immediately.
I liked
Like,
being
look-
on the run. It was fun.
Let's get even
Well, it
more
makes one of us
assassins.
feel
Let's
young.
collect more people, more killers.
Well, what if we just lie to him then? Say, hey, we're interested. Could you give us some pointers?
Hey, we're interested. Can you tell us more about the cult of the meteor and where all of the officers live when they sleep? What's the easiest way to poison them?
They lock their doors.
Who's the person whose face do they trust the most?
What's your guard rotation look like?
Are your guards weak to any particular damage type? Like, is there a weapon they hate to see?
If you had to pick the moment you were most vulnerable, when would it be?
Let's play a hypothetical game. Let's say I'm trying to kill you. When is the easiest time for that to happen?
Do you mind if we role play that out? Actually,
Yeah, follow me down to the basement.
Come on down.
I have some wine in your basement that I'd like to show you.
Let's do a wine tasting in the most secluded part of your manor. My personal vintage.
The number of times I have actually heard that in a horror novel is kind of fucking ridiculous.
What, some dude shows up and is like, would you like to try this wine that I brought with me?
Yes.
I swear it's not poison.
My personal vintage.
It's like, my man, you look like Worm Tongue. Get off my property. Anyways, Annette, I believe you had some kind of lead for us before we spiral into insanity.
So, yes, some of the connections that I've been able to get, especially with the Crushing Tide and Dark Grove, I managed to collect a more curious happenstance on some of these shards of the media and their names. I've got a few of them that have been collecting from the Crushing Tides themselves. I would imagine once I get back there, they would have the names for me. The shards that they were originally trying to deal with at the start, before we intervened, have gone into hiding, but I'm sure we would be able to find them, especially with my network. And if anything, dig them up for wherever they've run off to.
I personally think trying to stop Daedalus from actually rising is something that I think is probably worth it.
This world does not need to be cleansed with fire.
This place was definitely already cleansed with fire.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
not
it's
fire
Does not
for a
need to be
lifetime.
again cleansed with fire.
Yep.
See, there you go. That's accurate.
Shit me. Where's that fucking? I would have hit something now.
See a couple of fairly thick palm trees and coconut tree.
So, Acilia, who else was on your list?
For actual names,
Yo mama.
there's only 2 left. Dalric
Well, they already know.
Lockridge, a noble who should be incredibly wealthy and should have been beyond Vina, but the fact that they were together makes it a little suspicious. And then, as I have more recently learned, the final one is Ilmarrow herself.
She's on the list.
I don't mind if you guys don't want to help with Lockridge, but
I mean, if you could explain a little bit why you want to kill them, that might help convince me that it's worth assisting. Not really pro-assassination in general, but...
these are all the people who made me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
greater crime there does not exist. Elbow, you almost fell over.
If God would have
Careful,
wanted me
big
to
guy.
live, he would not have created me.
I
Careful,
understand. This is a personal vendetta, but I don't think I can handle Ilmaro alone. And I'm sure at least some of you have some reason to detest her almost as much as I do.
In this case, the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
I think I have enough reason to test her, I suppose.
I think anyone that lives here has a reason to not like her.
Exactly. That one feels more like a for the common good kind of thing.
Right,
So to
yeah.
recap, we want to kill Ilmaro. We want to stop the rising of Fatalists. And we want to kill a bunch of normal people. I think the normal people killing is the most attainable. Attainable
That
is too big
sounds
of a
like
word for
a
some people.
fine quest to do while we get to know Saren.
And I think
Mm,
indiscriminate killing is better for us to trust them than them to trust us.
Maybe we should point out that the normal people are, not good people. It's hardly indiscriminate.
Exceedingly discriminate.
I feel like the lead-in for saying we want to go assassinate several people is explaining why.
So
I think
do we
let's start
trust-
with we want to go find the people that are tied to your creation. And
They
along
say
the way
what
we'll
next?
explain that we don't like them.
Feels more underhanded, but
I feel like that makes more sense than just explaining it over the course of several minutes why we hate these people and we're going to go kill them. Come on.
These people are greatly responsible for your brother's death.
He does really want to gain our trust quite badly, so I think he would come along with us even if we did say it all flat out.
Well, I mean, the worst thing he can say is no, then he just doesn't come with us. You should probably just be honest.
Yeah. After all, why shouldn't
Why shouldn't
Why shouldn't we dissuade this character from joining, forcing Yik to make a new character?
I?
Yeah, we'll go tell him, hey, we're on a quest for vengeance, not just for Ven, but also for some personal stuff.
And
we're
we
gonna
don't
go
like
kill
the
some
character
people.
you've made. Try again.
And
True,
if he
you have a
doesn't,
backup.
if he doesn't want to go kill people with us, on both personal and general vengeance.
But
Trying to
it's
clinically explain revenge is kind of weird. Like, hey, bro,
yeah,
we're here for
let's tell
revenge.
Saren he can't come so we can have Caitlin's little brother join us.
Yeah, I'd love to play another horse-based knight character. My favorite.
Alright, you lot talk about a plan and where we're going to go kill whoever's next on the list. And I'm gonna go talk to Jin. I'll be back. And
Who's
Wembley
Jin?
wanders off. That one.
Oh, that one. The one that I don't think any of us have met. Excellent.
She was at the funeral, I think, right? There's a
I don't
reason.
think I memorized the name of everybody who's at the funeral. In that, I don't even know if they
think
all
I've
introduced
memorized
themselves
the
by
name.
name. I have keen mind, so I would definitely remember if she said her name, but like...
Well, for what it's worth, I am quite invested in both sets of vengeance. I don't mind if we spend some time getting back at the cult instead of doing my thing.
Cat people agent cat ring.
I'm just saying because that seems like a more palatable thing for the group and for our potential new member.
Mm. As Saren appears out of nowhere to destroy
The
Wembley.
boy is here.
Die 1,000 deaths.
And it's not that I'm against having everyone supporting me in my whole personal vendetta, but I mean, we did just stop being criminals, and killing a noble is not going to be the best look for us.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Unless we're going to resume actually working at Stilltide, I don't really care if we're welcome there.
I don't see myself going back and becoming a guard. We cleared our names for the most part. We won't be attacked on sight. Do we need better than that?
I'm sure it would be a lot worse if we were implicated in the murder of Dalaric.
Well, then we can just see how it goes. It might be something that we can figure out. We could also check in with the guild once we actually return. They might also have something we could do, although I don't really think it'll have as much meaning as, you know, the shards of the meteor, but it is also work.
The guild itself might be able to give us some leads, but we could probably just ask Darthrin about that before heading back to Stilltide for it.
I wonder if he wants to go back to Stilltide at this point. Hypothetically, you shouldn't really have any troubles.
Hypothetically.
Some of Vena's henchmen are still about, and I mean, we saw how threatening and crazy some of them were.
You mean the ones that were burning the estate to the ground for seemingly no reason?
Yes, those ones.
I
would
assume
love to
they were
pick up at
ordered
least
to do
one of
that.
those guys.
Probably. That's why I went and secured the ledgers before they got taken out in the fire. But I wouldn't put it past them doing something horrible to Darthrin if we took him back.
Yes, that is entirely possible. So on our to-do list, we have tracked down several people, figure out what to do beyond then, and hopefully Saren wants to come with us.
Hopefully. I think starting with the shards of the meteor is probably our best bet. It's more common ground between us and him, and gives us something to do that shouldn't draw too much attention to our group again while we're not considered criminals.
Yes, they probably are slightly lower caliber targets than a major member of nobility.
Uh-huh.
So who's gonna go tell Saren?
Well, he only said we have to get him before we leave. We're not leaving tonight, are we?
We
When
should
do
let
we
him
wanna
know
leave?
with time to prepare to leave.
I guess tomorrow?
Most people have stuff.
He did just teleport back here. I saw him do it.
Well, I'll let him know later then. I was planning to drop in on him anyway.
Cool. I'm gonna go see if there are any lost sheep or random bandits that showed up for us to do like a thing.
See if there are any cats
and
stuck in
for
trees.
what it's worth, Socket.
You're not here.
Socket. When we
Yeah.
sat down for the night, could you keep watch for us? I'd feel safer knowing you're nearby.
I will. Of course. Osilia. I wander off. I do go look for side quests, but also beer.
Beer and side quest.
Just so you can sizzle it in your lava stomach.
No, I'm gonna bring it back for my party. 'Cause
Aw,
I'm trying to
that's
be
nice.
to them. God.
Only a couple kicks if you're
Yeah,
drunk enough.
Gay.
ulterior motives. Once Socket is back and it's late at night and everyone should be asleep, I had planned to cast Dream on Saren
What?
Oh my god.
and
Nosy
use
bitch
the
syndrome?
dream to show him like a bunch of the stuff that we did with Ven.
That's gonna make him so sad.
Straight ass cinema.
Imagine getting a video comp of your dead brother.
That's like at the funeral of the dog when they show all the videos that the
Yeah.
people took of the dog and sad music.
In the arms
And was like a pet
of
to us.
angel.
Here's our video.
He was
A
our cute
pet.
little boy.
Well, I want him to know how much Ben was valued as a member of our party and how strong of a kid he really was. Saren thought he was stronger than Ben. I want him to know the truth.
You are a pussy compared to your little.
Man.
Look at him suplex this giant.
Yeah,
What a
To be-
fucking man.
To be fair,
with no weapons.
I'd
From the
barely
top
seen him in
turnbuckle.
2 years.
Yeah, Saren missed a lot of this kid's life.
That's
I'm
brutal.
trying
By
to-
the way,
I'm
by the
trying to
way, by the
give
way,
him-
brutal.
As much of it as I can.
Raise your hand, Nate.
What is it?
Oh, sorry.
Slash R.
Yes, Nate? Yes? Go on.
Fucking brutal.
Uh-huh.
Hand down.
Okay, anyway, the ulterior motive is I've only ever cast this spell in a nice way one other time, and, my bitch patron pulled us into a fucking fight to the death
Oh,
when I
yeah.
did that.
Lamau.
Which is why I wanted Socket nearby when I did this. I want to make sure that if we get sucked into the demon realm again, Socket's there with me.
Yep.
What if our first
Understandable.
team building exercise with Saren is helping
sucked
fight off
into
the
the
demon
demon
realm that we brought him into?
Hey, Saren, do you want to do this? Sometimes you don't get to sleep and instead have to fight skeletons.
Both in your sleep and when you wake up around the waist. We get into double skeleton trouble.
Oh man, who's the horned skeleton gonna, like, dick suck now?
Right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm absolutely giving you a tour.
Well, for shits and giggles, Socket roll me D10.
What?
Well,
For what? Oh.
for side quest. Josh, you should have had him roll a D100, and on a 1 he gets... He's a criminal. It does like a federal offense.
Oh my
He gets
god,
jailed.
yeah. That was excellent. I don't know. That was the best carousing roll I've ever. That's the best table I've ever seen.
That is some fucking crazed shit right there.
Would it be ironic?
I've also I had never seen a 1 on a D100 up to that point.
But yeah, for getting your alcohol, you're requested by some of the breweries to go and kill some water elementals that are hanging out by fucking clean water springs that they have nearby.
Excellent. Hey guys, there's some nature spirits that are being fucking annoying. If we want to drink, we gotta kill those. Something to do tomorrow morning.
No, you do that by yourself right now.
Oh, okay. I go do it by myself, Josh.
We get the XP via
Take me
osmosis.
to a battle map. Let me fight 4 water elementals by myself.
4 water
Of course, they
For 2
take 5
hours.
minutes.
For 2 hours.
I have the shortest turns in this game. There's no way it would take 2
For
hours.
sure.
Well, what if they grapple you and you can't escape?
I don't. What do you? Who are you talking to?
I don't know. What if you keep rolling natural ones? It could happen.
That would be a lot. That would be a statistical anomaly, and I would be happy to be there to see it.
Well, I mean, you're auto-resolving. Auto-resolve. The water elemental kills suck.
No.
The party gains 15 gold.
God damn. So, with that, Socket, you'd be easily able to return because we're not going to worry about 2 water elementals because it's the only 2 of them.
That's easy.
Okay. Yeah, I go and I crush them. I do it barehanded so I can feel something.
Damn, that's depressing.
This is how he used to fight.
In honor of my boy.
Weapons were a weakness. Anyway. I come back and I stand guard for Acilia to cast Dream. There's alcohol for anyone who would like it.
It's the good shit. It's spiced rum. Alright. So, in the midst of the night, so yeah, you'll be able to cast the Dream. Go ahead and describe how you effectively start this off when you go to see Theron. I should ask Theron, is there anything in particular that you're dreaming of now that you're kind of back home and probably sleeping in the same bed as your wife currently for this first time?
The first time in like 6 months.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dreams are weird.
Yeah. Just random shit.
High or low for dreaming. Always high. KA is not dreaming.
Alright. Especially when that starts out then, silly, as you would have the opportunity to cast Dream, you would kind of walk into a fairly empty blank space for the time.
Alright, well, I think I'll start something simple and just sort of like recreate like a local tavern. Sit down so I can just talk to him. Good job. I don't mean to intrude on you like this, Saren, but this felt the most appropriate way to do this.
How did I get here?
Oh, you're dreaming, Saren. Don't worry. It's all in your head. And in mine. Just like hold out a hand and like make a mug of ale appear. Do you want a drink?
Oh. So, Cilia or Secret Knight? You gave me two names, but I don't know which one you prefer.
I don't really have a preference.
Well, Seeker sounds more like a title, so... I'll go with Cilia. Takes a sip.
It's a little sweeter than normal, and it's almost immediately apparent there's no way this has any actual alcohol content.
Just apple juice.
Look, I struggle with some of these things. I don't really need to eat or drink, and I'm fairly resistant to the effects of alcohol, so it's difficult for me to properly recreate it.
Tastes fine.
On the plus side, it doesn't have any repercussions the morning after. You know, because it's not real.
I'm asleep right now.
You are safe in your bed, I would hope. You didn't pass out on the couch or anything, did you?
No, I have a separate home here.
Well, in that case, you should be relatively safe.
That didn't sound threatening.
Well, it's not meant to be threatening, but there has been side effects in the past. Nothing too serious, easily handleable. But that's beside the point. I came to visit because I thought you might want to know a little bit more about Ven.
It has been a long time since I saw him.
Well, for obvious reasons, I can't really speak as to who he was before we met him, but in here, I'll wave my arms, and I guess in this instance it does become that first tavern, with me and Saren sitting at a different table to where our party was actually sat the first time.
The first night.
With all of them, including, you know, a fake me, sat around that table. I thought if you'd like, I could show you a bit of how we knew him.
I'll just smile. Yeah. That'd be nice.
Alright, and so I don't have to go over everything. I'll give him a guided tour of a bunch of the highlights of our adventure. Like initial trip with the dwarves and their tank. The skyship we were riding to Gondor that exploded. Journeys out to Dimspire and Clearbreach and all around.
Now, do you show me a clip of the combat in Rage Wharf, where y'all were fighting in the swamps, like guerrilla warfare style?
Oh, come on, you can't skip the animals
yeah,
who were
no,
murdered like 10 innocent people.
I thought you were gonna ask about if I showed you him getting fucking burned to death. Yeah, no, Rage Wolf. Rage
Really
Wolf.
what I thought he was gonna ask as well.
This is how we knew him, a chicken nugget.
Rage Wolf.
Right? No, like the cool stuff, you know. Do you show me him fighting? What was his name?
Apotheosis.
I want to say Cornos.
Your mom?
But
Cornos.
the
It's your mom.
Death Giant. The Death Giant that was riding the dragon.
Yeah, Apotheosis.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Apotheosis.
That fucking guy.
I'm starting to think I was wrong when I said I was stronger than him. he could never seem to calm down enough to train with my father. He was very energetic, a little bit feral, some would call him. But
Well, you saw how he fought with us. I'd say that description was apt.
well, he actually looks quite calm here compared to what he used to do. Except the part where he just disemboweled that guy. Wow. Do these all end with him elbow deep in blood?
A lot of them.
Show me him killing like 40 orcs in a row.
Oh yeah, the Battle of like the battle at the walls of Clearbreach definitely is one of the highlights.
That time when we killed like 9 billion orcs.
We killed like 400 orcs to save like 18 people.
Harassing.
Killed the orcs 'cause they
We'll end the tour at Blood Fury's place, but I won't show Ven getting killed.
Assailed by socket.
I'll stop it when fucking Betalus first appears.
Show Ven getting heroically absorbed by
Don't
Bedalus's
show
chest.
the part where
And-
Ben and I are fighting. Wait.
No,
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
absolutely, I'm
whoa, whoa,
absolutely
whoa,
including
whoa,
that.
whoa, hey, hold on. Enough people in this
You're being
party already
incriminated.
don't like Socket. Think about your actions. Wait. The brand, the harm to the
But
brand.
yeah, I stop it like at the point where Ven and I decide, like discussing
Like
and
two
deciding
rounds
to.
before he dies.
Yeah, literally the
Yeah.
point where like Ven, did his whole "I'd rather die than let him walk away" thing.
And seeing Betalus' true form.
Yeah.
He'll sort of like Slav squat a little, like right in front of the like paused image of Ben, and just like pat him on the head. And look up at Asilia and just thanks.
You're welcome. When we met, I felt like you were someone who would really want to know. Seems like you missed a lot, and I'm glad I could help fill in a bunch of the blanks.
I don't want to be greedy, but I'm sure my mother would like this as well. Just with a lot less of the killing.
I can try and take some of those bits out. Focus a little more on our nights on the road, or
That other boy, Dastus. Is he like part of your crew?
a little. He was mostly Ven's friend, but we were taking care of him.
guess I'll ask what he wants to do from now on.
Well, if we're lucky, when I end this, nothing bad will happen, and then I can go let your mother know. I hope the rest of your night is pleasant, Saren. Oh, and, pack your things.
Guess I'll see you soon.
Not too soon, I hope. I'll, just try and bring the dream to an end immediately. No faff this time.
So you don't want to walk him through a field of bones first?
Yeah,
It'll be cinematic.
take him to the bone zone.
No bone zone. There's no bone zone tonight.
Bone
Or
zone!
is there?
Josh?
Feel it clamping around your bones.
Since we're sleeping in their house, maybe the
Josh, do I wake up?
Huh?
Maybe dragging the other occupants of the house into the fight, huh?
Yes,
There's
you
other
do.
people in here.
You do wake up as by the dream.
Excellent. I immediately set about casting it again so I can do the same thing for his mom.
Hell yeah.
As per Saren's request, it has a lot less of the violence.
For shits and giggles, give me a performance at advantage.
Sure. Performance.
Alright. Tell that Emily is actually very appreciative. Obviously, there's probably a lot more intense weeping and crying than you were expecting, but more or less a proud mother. Still breaking down, but at least able to see what her child did proudly before his unfortunate departure.
Out of curiosity, this is mostly a question for Saren, but I mean, his mom can also answer. How insightful are you?
3.
3.
I'm a wisdom based class, but I'm not proficient in insight.
Well, they made Bloodhunter's intelligence based.
They've changed
You
it
get to
around.
choose.
Yeah.
You can choose.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd notice that, like, the only time in all of the highlights I showed you, where the, like, fake version of Osile seems to be displaying any real emotion is right at the end.
Ooh. Needs to give the whole story.
It's so cringe
You show them people's dreams with like a mask on, showing them like incriminating footage of like people you want them to hate. Look what they did the other day.
Yeah, the idea behind what I said is just more that like Seeker's been faking it for so long that most of their like themselves in their recreations is pretty much emotionless the whole time.
Understandable.
Man, that other guy was really emotionless. I'm glad you showed up halfway through.
There was just a weird stalker with us the entire time to know all this information.
That random citizen.
Yeah, I guess I did look different.
Yeah.
I feel like explaining that would have been part of the
Yes.
tour.
You would have been like, "That's me," on like the very first frame. Like,
I'm not
So
just sitting in the corner watching creepily and not helping this entire time until later.
Yeah, I feel like part of the highlights would have also shown not just the ability I had to disguise myself at the start, but also the fact that we have the crown that lets you be whoever you want.
If real disease.
Not to mention how sweet disguises Annette did for us when we went back to Steel Tide.
Yeah, who the fuck? Looks over and there's just muscle socket with dinner plate abs.
Yeah, fucking Reinhardt socket.
With that, you are able to finish out the dream for Annalie. Able to fully drift off yourself, if you like, as the dream finishes up. I will say,
Roll initiative.
Oh,
it might be. Where's the box?
where?
Dude.
Oh,
Where'd you put the box?
Your ass.
Oh, thank you.
That's a good question. Where has the box been? I don't have it.
That way I can really make you
It's
deal with this shit.
it's in the
Skullbox
Annette
was on my
interdimensional
inventory,
storage.
but I believe it was taken out during an episode that I wasn't here for.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as chain of custody of the box goes, I had it, and then it was taken from me.
The box is interdimensional storage for that.
I know I don't have it in any of my interdimensional storages, and it's not in the portable hole, so I have no answer.
Then I would assume that somebody's probably been carrying it around.
How big is the box? Is it like a chest?
Usually the answer is a Cilia when this is the
It is a chest, like chest size box.
Yeah, then how have we been moving that around? Let's establish that now.
Yeah. Excellent questions.
Well, when we
and-
first stole it, I wanted to put it just in like a bag of holding, and then there was the whole idea of what if it has like a bag of holding in it, so we didn't. So Socket fucking held that thing when we left,
Okay.
and nothing happened to him, which
Yeah, that-
made it trying to eat your soul more concerning when that happened.
Yeah.
Then it was like, wait, why didn't it eat Sockets?
Well, I didn't try and open it.
Didn't try to peer
Well,
Well, I was
inside.
trying to identify it. Which, in a way, identifying it might also be looking inside as well.
Yeah, maybe that was something that did have something to do with it.
But anyway, so
But
did it ever actually enter an interdimensional space?
So far, no, by the confirmations of what you're talking about.
Okay, so box
yeah,
exists at the
unless we
manor.
put it in one after we left Blood Fury's place, but like
So here's
taking
the
it
question.
there, we did not put it in any interdimensional storage because we thought it might have
After-
had something in it that would have caused a chain reaction.
Nobody's done anything with it since we tried to identify it, right? So whoever took it from Azur when Azur almost had their soul eaten has it.
Well, Azur almost had their soul eaten, and then we did the whole thing where I cast clairvoyance inside the box without touching it, so that we could take a peek inside, and we found out it was full of elves.
So it's on the ground
Bloody
over there
elves.
where we cast clairvoyance. Got it.
But that
Yeah,
was
so
back at Blood
assuming-
Furies.
Assuming
I
we
could be
probably
carried
took it
away.
from Blood Furies to the little estate that we were at, and then we took it from there on the boat ride. I assume we've just been carrying it the whole time because it doesn't sound like we put it in any interdimensional space. We didn't really do anything where it would have mattered that we were carrying around a chest with us, so I assume it's just probably in the room.
If it's
With
if
us
it's
while
as
we're
big
sleeping?
of a chest, then it's on Socket's sledge is the most likely place for it. And I've just been dragging it around because I'm the only person who could reasonably move that thing without it being an extra dimensional space, without it being a hindrance.
I was gonna say, if we're not putting it in like a bag of holding or something, then probably the safest thing for us to do would have been to just get like a burlap sack.
Burlappy
There's
It's
probably
not
a tarp on
immediately
it.
visible.
Yeah.
All
It's on my
reliable.
sledge. It's
Yeah.
covered.
I assume we probably put something over it because touching it is bad, and we don't want a random person to be like, "Ooh, what's this?"
Ooh, piece of
Like
candy.
the
This is a
fucking Palantir.
fancy looking chest. Touch. Wonder what's inside.
We really We really have a lot of dangerous artifacts pass through our hands that if you touch it, something bad happens to you.
Magical bullshit.
So I guess it's on the sledge in the corner.
It's yeah.
In a
next to
burlap
wherever I'm
bag.
standing guard.
Excellent. As the dreams are going on, and Socket is standing guard in survey mode.
Oops. Sorry.
Socket, you would see the bag is bleeding and smoking.
Ooh. What the fuck?
I reach into my bag. I pull up my crowbar. I throw it at the closest person. Wake up! The bag's bleeding. I do not move from where I'm standing. Like not again.
Thanks,
I'm not
Gordon
throwing
Freeman.
it to hit like overhand. Like it's like a thump again. Picture
Crowbar
like,
caves
hitting-
in Wembley's skull. Hey, wake up.
Come on, roll a
I'm
d3
not
to see you throw a
pitching it.
crowbar.
Oh my goodness! You've never had something hit a blanket that you were under?
Fucking harpoons
Oh,
of
gosh.
Wembley through the air.
Gosh.
Gracious. Wembley's too busy having sex with a married woman. He's not here.
That's true.
No, I didn't.
I swear
Not
I did.
tonight.
No. Yes. Yes.
Gosh.
Yes.
Given our understanding, oh fuck, sorry, I should have raised my hand.
No.
Given
no!
our understanding of like how much time can pass in a single dream compared to how much can pass in reality, how long would you say it actually takes me to go through both of these dreams with Saren and his mother?
For the cinematics and everything, and then kind of like the redacted edit, I would probably say an hour and 45 minutes. Because I know it's a dream and everything, but it's still like you having to craft this mentally as you're going as well.
Yeah. It's definitely not as deep as a real dream.
Yeah.
And just to re-clarify, how long before the box starts bleeding?
This would be on third watch, so you would have done that already.
Okay, so I'd be well done.
Yes. The wee hours of the morning. I just turned over.
The box is bleeding.
The blocks?
The box.
Bleeding. Are you bleeding?
No.
Alright, let's take a look at it.
What is it? What did you?
It's bleeding.
As you start to hear
Everyone needs to wake up.
whispers starting to build from the back.
Oh. Ah,
Good.
that's not good.
I will rage.
He's angry about it.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
sorry.
quick. I can silence us so we don't have to listen to it, or I can use telekinesis to grab hold of the box without touching it. What?
Take it outside.
what's-
Take it outside. Take it outside.
Okay, I cast telekinesis so I can just pick up the whole bag, with my mind and take it outside. Just out into like the backyard. I
I
guess.
will open the door and run and proceed before the box.
Alright. With that, so I will quick grab some of
Give us an outside courtyard map now.
Oh.
You're right, I should go quick grab an outside courtyard map. So we get to torture people more.
9,000 blood water elementals.
You know what do you think
Oh.
would happen if like I summoned my aberration and made it open the box? Do you think it has a soul?
I'd like to gamble.
No.
Way to find out.
Everybody knows the aberrations have no souls.
I mean, it's not like I couldn't just summon another one.
You got no soul.
No soul.
Actually, wait. What is summon animal defined as now? Is it still like a face spirit that takes the form of an animal, or is it like now just you summon some energy that becomes an animal? Let's go have a look.
What if I summoned my aberration and I picked the Starspawn in brackets now Illithidkin variant that also has whispering aura, so I can double up on the whispers.
Ooh, extra whispers?
Oh,
Your
ooh.
Extra
whispers
whispers.
compete with their
Wow.
whispers.
Yeah, counter the whispers with more whispers.
More whispers. And then it just breaks down into careless whispering.
It just filters it. No.
You know, we'll bring back a classic, don't mind the location. Classic city block. This one. Another one. Another one. Another. And I would imagine Saren would probably be not too far hearing this as well.
Whole group shuffling through the house as quickly as possible, trying to
Especially
get this
Socket.
I'm not-
Socket is
evil
called.
not
and
only-
box
stuff loud.
outside.
I'm not only not shuffling, I'm wearing the boots of Dwarven kind, which are like, you are super loud.
Yeah, the fucking metal boots of just
Yes.
clomp and stomp.
Like at least some of us have boots of elven kind.
Yeah, you guys are real quiet.
I regret to inform you, for the
Socket.
sake of their sleep, I'm also wearing the boots of Dwarven kind, so
Yeah.
I can't be knocked prone.
That's so funny. I forgot Azur got them too. That's
Well,
so
'cause
fucking
now-
funny.
Now that I can fly, getting knocked
no!
prone is like a one-way ticket to
Doppelgangers!
injuring myself.
What?
Double
Gosh
gangsters.
knows.
Oh.
It's been so long.
Oh, it's this
Uh,
square. Okay, I remember this.
Yeah, in the Sleepers campaign, Luke, that Josh ran.
Oh.
This was the rough area we were in when we found a mirror to like the mirror dimension, and it was full of doppelgangers that were trying to come out and replace people.
Naturally.
And they tried to do that to us. We had to like break out, and we smashed the mirror and shit.
Then we used the mirrors as weapons of mass destruction later on.
Yes.
Well, I'll have you know that my boots are ethically sourced from elves.
My boots are unethically sourced from dwarves because they don't do
Only elves
ethical.
that were already dead were used to make these shoes.
Only
wagon.
locally sourced a dead elf wagon. Elves were
your
used
your
in the
leather
making of
boots of elven kind.
it.
Alrighty.
I love the idea of there being like this whole set of kind boots that are basically just like made out of that race's leather that gives you a random racial bonus from them.
Who would like to roll me a d4 as you hear the box crack open?
Ooh, ooh.
It's been a long day, and I would have at least had time. Like, I definitely haven't had my long rest yet because of the dreaming stuff. But I'm gonna roll a couple of hit dice for the healing I would have taken from a short rest after fighting Saren.
Don't forget your 14 temporary hit points, everyone but Saren.
I think I would also be missing them on account of fighting Saren.
Alrighty.
You just need to wake up next to me and I talk at you.
Yeah, just wake up.
Yeah, but this is
Wake up.
happening during third
Wake
watch.
up.
We haven't even had a full night's sleep yet.
Yeah, so the long rest hasn't happened and you haven't gotten the next batch of temp. You still got the old batch.
Yeah, but I fought Saren
Yeah,
on that. Like this is. the
Oh,
end
I
of the day,
forgot.
fought
Yeah,
Saren, right?
You beat each other up. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I need to heal in the first place.
I don't understand. You should have 14 temp HP though. Wembley gave it to you. Explain it to me again.
as
I could just do it again. It's free.
you see,
Wembley always gives us an inspirational story right before bedtime, just in case we get ambushed in the night.
and that's how
One
I
in the
met.
morning,
That
one
happens
at
enough.
night.
That's how I met my wife.
Jacob raising his hand.
He's just
Token needs fixing.
oh, hold on.
Can you also fix everyone else's tokens so I
Teacher.
can see their HP number?
Teacher.
You want
Or
to
at
see their
least the
HP?
bar.
No,
Teacher.
You don't get to see
No.
the bar.
Saren's token.
You don't get to see those. There's a reason why those have been blank. Hold on. Re-grab Saren.
Oh, that one sucked.
Bring his ass over.
Oh, that was beautiful. Duality of hit dice.
Oh, so you switched tokens then. Alright, hold on. There we are.
Yeah, just
Okay, I think that's where I'd be.
As everyone loses their absolute fucking mind hearing this
Yeah,
metal
Lose your absolute fucking mind.
you
music
didn't
making
change anything, Josh.
maybe a fucking
Put on crab rave, you won't.
Oh, you said there you go, and I was like, okay, let me check if it worked.
no.
And it didn't work.
I was doing it in the middle of the situation.
Josh, it's not done yet. Just in case you didn't notice.
Oh,
So it won't let me delete the other one now. What the fuck?
that's because that's a ghost.
Yeah, that other one doesn't exist for anyone but you. Jump gate.
I'm
Features.
moving it
that-
around. but-
features that suck.
It's a ghost, my guy. There is no other Saren token.
There's no
I
other
gotta-
Sarah token.
I got a
Guys,
trap on
guys, the
Wembley,
box,
not
it's
Wembley.
bleeding.
No,
Ah, why is it coming? No.
for
That's its
you. As you will see, what looks like a
It's
mass,
bleeding, but it's in an anime, so it's.
a mass of flesh, and again, yeah, but as you see multiple hands reach out and claw at the fucking dirt and stone as they crumple out, looking like sacks made of flesh, before you see faces peer up from underneath them. Roll initiative. As you see gaunt, horrific figures with hate-filled sockets in their face.
You can't do that. That completely diffuses the horror of the situation.
He's
It's a
busting.
defense mechanism.
He's busting out of defense.
Your Honor, I'm busted.
Your Honor,
Hey,
busting.
Wembley Knights initiative.
Thanks, you too.
Dude, you should kiss.
If only one of you two had alerts, so you could swap initiatives.
Right?
Only both of us had alerts, so we could swap back and forth endlessly.
Of course.
Da-da-da-da-da. Bestest amongst you. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba, I'm loving it. Right there, sir. Alright.
McDonald's strike his stream.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm fucking it.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Oh,
Captain.
Chicken hit.
oh crap, didn't my
Penis in the
crap.
burger.
Penis in the burger. Bust a nut sauce. That's what you're getting today.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy. We love it. We positively love it. As the various creatures shifting up and looking with gaunt features and their flesh-made cloaks. Let's see, how will this one start off as it looks at Socket and Thassus in front of him. Dare go for the child. The Bodak is going to try and...
Fucking Bodax.
Oh, God. Well, first, it's going to activate its Aura of Annihilation. That.
Excuse?
Yeah, Aura of Annihilation. As you feel desiccation and even see the grass, plants, and flowers and other things around the area start to wither and die instantly. And then it's going to try and punch Socket. I doubt a 14 would hit.
Nope.
Excellent. Cillier. You are...
Yes, hello, it is my turn.
Yes, you are starting your turn within 30 feet of this creature. Are you looking at it?
Yes, as I was about to say, I have never seen one of these before and would not know not to.
Roll me a DC 13 con save there, as you feel Death Gaze encroach upon your soul.
Alright, I got that double soul.
It's true. The double soul does help you.
Now they're inflicting the gaze upon you. Now you know how it feels.
Now they're making me gay! No!
The gaze is upon...
Homosexual.
Alrighty. With that, you will not take damage, as the Death Gaze will not lock through your body. There's no half damage, thankfully. But
Or is it?
I double reading over it? Yeah, no, surprisingly there is not.
Huh. Sweet. I thought failing was just like a banshee whale.
Oh no.
I think you have to fail
They're
by an
not
amount.
banshees.
Yeah, they're not banshees.
Well, yeah, I get that they're not banshees, but I thought it was a similar thing where it was like if you failed, they just fucking take you down instantly.
It's a fair word.
Do you know what these things are?
They're bird decks.
Josh attacked us
Josh
with
said
these
it.
once again in the Sleepers campaign.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what these do.
So
I'm scared.
I've
This is also-
experienced these fuckers once before, but it was a long time ago.
Bird decks
And,
is
in
really
that
cool.
instance-
You guys didn't get to the final dungeon,
They
right?
look like they're pogging at us.
In that instance, they did fucking take out like half the party instantly because a bunch of us failed the saving throw.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
Also, you probably should have had advantage on that because of your robe. Archmage robe gives you advantage against all magical effects.
I didn't even think. I in my head had a thought going, should I have advantage on this for some reason? But I couldn't figure out why I would have advantage, so I just didn't roll it.
At the top of my inventory sheet, I have all of the current effects for my magic items, so I can just look at it and be like, do I have something that does something? Oh, okay.
What would you like to do?
Alright, well, I'm already looking at it, and I saved, so, Trauma Glaive. I already used that. I guess I'll bonus action throw Hex on the one that's next to me. And I'll make it I didn't think this far ahead.
I don't think I'd get.
You are pretty much next to one of the worst things ever that's not a banshee.
Banshee,
You know what?
Basilisk, this
The
guy.
map is confusing me a little bit. How actually open is this space we're in?
The tents and everything are pretty empty. It is a pretty open space for this.
Like, are the tent? Well, I mean, like, more. Are the tents actually here, or is this
The
just...
tents are actually here. They've been left here because, like, the evening markets and everything, they just don't, clean up this.
They're
They
like
clean
10
up.
feet tall.
Yeah, they clean up inside.
Okay, that was important because I was thinking about whether or not Azura is going to fireball these things.
No, there's no product. There's just tents here. Visit Sven's home. Fireballs the center of the town.
I don't know if I'd
I'll
fireball
make
the
it.
town.
I'll make it an intelligence, hex, and I'll blast this one in front of me with a psychic lance.
All right. Intelligence.
Oh, that doesn't roll damage. Great.
Well, that is a 7.
So this one.
So this one is disabled for the time. Incapacité.
And having felt the effects of it, also call out, I think these things are bad to look at. Try to avert your gaze.
Remaining then?
Yes, I will say it.
Alright, you will take 5 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
That is okay by me. But just for the sake of it, I maintain concentration on Hex.
Alright. Sarah. Are you gonna look at it?
Come in this turn, or
You could come in this turn, like you'd come running around the corner.
yeah, I mean, I didn't have my armor on because it takes about 100 rounds. But sword in hand. Let's see what the fuck all that noise was about. So I'm gonna look in that direction.
And dies instantly.
I mean, yeah, see it. Go ahead and roll me a DC 13 con save. All right. Thankfully, you are not affected by death gaze.
Imagine if I had proficiency.
What about life gaze?
Well, life gaze, that's a different kind of life swing.
That's the one I do. It makes you gay, but it doesn't kill you.
That's an alternative lifestyle.
It's life gaze.
And I see everyone pulling weapons on these ghouls.
Yes, they very much look like ghouls, but more hauntingly so. Just small beads of light in the back of their eye sockets.
Alright, with preternatural speed, except no one knows bosses is better. Saren's just gonna quickly dash up to this one, use his sunlight pine resin, whatever the radiant one is called. I don't know if there's a radiant one.
The pine resin. Hell yeah.
Yeah, pine resin.
We Elden and ring up in here.
Of course.
It takes some
No,
damage.
no. Elden Ring is grease. Pine resin is
Yeah,
not.
pine resin's Dark Souls 3.
That's true.
Um,
I'm a scrub. I don't know the difference.
I use right at the door as my bonus action. And I stab at the...
Oh!
Almost.
That definitely fucking hits.
This is only 1d8 because it's my first attack. Jesus Christ. He's now affected by brand investigation.
Jesus Christ. Especially with that attack alone. You slice through this one expecting it to be more sturdy, and it collapses into a bleeding heap before you see the blood getting sucked back into the box.
Yeah. Care to explain? He'll step forward and swing again.
What if we can't fall asleep?
26.
That'll definitely hit.
I believe it's 1d8.
Your guess ain't much better than ours.
Huh? Huh? It wasn't no letting me roll damage.
Done too much damage. That's enough.
Too much count.
It doesn't like my damage anymore. I didn't change anything.
You have
The fuck?
disappointed me for the last
Did it
time.
break the macro entirely?
Yeah, you guys don't see this syntax error, do you?
Nope.
No.
Fucking hell. There's so many dice. Okay, I'm just gonna roll 4d6. Which is the slashing damage.
Slashing. Slice through the soft flesh of this creature.
And 1d8 radiant damage. And my strength. Which is 5.
Oh, right. How with that, you very nearly bloody this one.
After the first swing, Saren forgets his martial training.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just calling out damage numbers out loud. That's a 6. It's a 6.
That sucks.
Roll 20 is just looking at it and they're like, it says greatsword, but it's rolling 4d6. There's something wrong. Stop him! Stop him now!
Precious
Right,
balls.
This guy gets Brand of Castigation instead. So
Oh.
if he swings at anyone that isn't me, he takes some psychic damage.
Alrighty. Will you remain there?
Yes.
Alrighty. You will take 5 necrotic damage. This boy will bonus action activate his aura of annihilation.
They stack?
We're aura stacking, boys.
Oh, that's
Oh.
brutal.
We're aura farming this bitch today.
Stop pogging at me. No.
And then he's not going to attack you, but he will stare at you witheringly. I need to make another DC 13 con save. Sarah.
Sorry, just looking at my greatsword that has decided to delete half of the text in its attack for some fucking reason.
Just to cook it for dinner.
Can't save. Jeez, I'm not using it once per session. Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
We cook this one. As you will take
Okay, it's just damage. It's not instant death.
21 psychic damage. Or not psychic. No, that's the wrong one. That's necrotic damage. It's psychic for the other one.
21 necrotic dead.
Yes. And then Stockett, are you looking at him?
Oh, yeah, I definitely haven't had time to look away. Would I have been able to rage before combat saving? Is it last 10 minutes?
I would say yes. And go ahead and make me a con save for shits and giggles.
Absolutely.
You are fine. The death gaze does not affect you.
Excellent. This one tried to punch me.
You did.
All right. So I got a new kind. No, that's not yet. That's not yet that I got. Okay.
Not yet.
I'm going to use brutal strike against this one. So I will recklessly attack, but bring it back to normal as I raise my great sword and attempt to bring it down on this bitch.
Purge.
How does a 31 do?
I think that hits. Just maybe.
All right. That's gonna be
Fuck yeah.
52, 42.
42. I was about to say, excuse me. Sleep. It's, slinking in that extra.
Yeah, sorry, my math brain bad.
No, that's fine. With that, you will instantly bloody this one as it shrills out in anger, hands racing up towards you, and the desiccation continues to permeate off of these two.
Excellent. And I will do it again. I'm still reckless, but I can't brutal strike twice in one turn, and I can't frenzy more than once. So, a 21.
Will hit.
That's gonna be 26.
This one will collapse, and what the fuck did you do, Jake? Holy shit.
Oh God.
This one will break down and melt and slide back into the box.
Oh, excellent.
Can I-
Well, because
can I
I
get that
reduced
weapon?
something to 0 HP,
No.
I get to make one attack
No.
with the same weapon as a bonus action.
Ew.
Oh,
I
Roll
use my
again.
once per session.
No.
Oh, right,
I'm
Wembley's
halfway.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wembley.
I
Wembley.
get to roll twice, so I get to roll an extra attack because I rolled 2 ones. Because Wembley's here.
You rolled
Wait,
snake
hang on.
eyes?
spider damage. Oh,
And this one is going to be 27 of the slashing and force varietals.
alrighty. And that one is left horrifically wounded. As they are reduced to single digits. Will you remain there, suck it?
Yeah, I will.
Alright. 5 necrotic. You obviously have the Thanos Goblin still.
Okay. I'll take 2 necrotic. So I took damage from a creature within 5 feet of me, so I'm gonna use my reaction to attack it.
Oh.
Which ability is that?
That's retaliation. Path of the Berserker.
Barbarian.
Level 10.
Very
barbarian.
sexy. Alrighty. God damn, we didn't even get to Wembley.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
As we,
Six
Chain
more come out.
lightning, man.
Wait, give Lumby a chance to die.
yeah.
Hold on.
What?
For
No.
now, shits and giggles, for shits and giggles, Wembley obviously it's not gonna happen, but give me a con save. I want to see if somebody would. All right, yeah,
Ooh, it was close.
everyone's
Ooh.
fine. As the bloody Bodax return, and the box shrieking out, "Snap shut!"
You remember that agreement that we decided on yesterday? I feel like we might not want the retroactive part of it.
Who do you rate
I
This might be a sign from God
understand
that we
where you're
should
coming from.
actually do something with this box.
Uh, well, our neighbor was interested in cursed items, right?
I feel like we should do that first now.
I don't really know how much I actually want this thing where my family lives.
Is that why, like, Ballman told you not to
Well,
look at the
currently it's-
box?
Currently, it's where Ven's family lives, so this isn't much better.
Well, originally we were told that we'd be killed for seeing the box. This is entirely different. We've seen it several times.
I wonder if it always did this, or if maybe Vina just had some way to keep it under control.
God, may I roll a check to know what kind of creature that was?
Roll me an Arcana. It will be a fairly hard one, but I believe in you.
Can I do the same but with fighter damage? Oh no, I can't beat that actually.
Yeah, you can't beat that. I'm sure you could beat everything else.
Especially with a 30, and knowing full well what these beautiful creatures are. Probably some of the most horrific creatures of desiccation, filled with malice and hatred. Only a few other things come to mind, but especially for this situation, you know full well that it is Bodax that have emerged from this. Usually sent by much greater powers of, well, necrotic energies or necromancies, usually servants to the undead gods themselves. But in this circumstance, it makes sense that what seems to be maybe equal distant of a lich's phylactery or a god's reliquary, whatever this box may be in particular, clearly has command of undead that have an aura that would desiccate any living thing and anyone not hardy enough to instantly die if they didn't sustain themselves. Okay, if you failed by 5 or more, you drop dead.
Pretty bad. Also, Bodak sounds like a Dragon Ball villain.
Right?
I am Bodak.
What-
Actually, I'm pretty sure it is a Dragon Ball villain. That sounds familiar.
It could be.
Hey Josh,
Yes.
would you describe this as a mysterious relic? English, mysterious relic touched by evil?
The
Yes!
best ability
Would
in
you
the
like
game.
what it
to
is.
grim
The best
psychometry?
ability in the game.
Do you have to touch it to do that?
Yes, you do.
Mm,
I will immediately try to caution you against it if you reach for him. I mean, you are close.
yeah, I do have to touch it, or it has to be my current location. Is this chest my current location?
Get inside the box.
Yeah, get out of the
Oh.
box.
Climb in.
You know once you're inside.
Would you like to climb into the box, my boy?
I'm not gonna touch it yet, but Saren is just like looking at the box and like looking at the rest of you like, oh.
You also come to realize that as you are looking at this box, it looks at you.
Huh?
There's small little magic pin dots now in the back of the eye sockets.
And this has the same symbol
Fucking
that the
symbol.
I got from Van does. the eel marrow symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is a magic evil box that we got from some evil woman, and it's got an entire elf city in it, but also some
And
evil shit.
you remember that manor that we stormed that I showed you? This is the spoils.
Yes, and what just popped out were essentially avatars of desiccation.
Okay, I didn't know that
Good.
part. Do we know why that happened?
Well, there's a lot of different reasons why it can happen. I can't really actually decide on one in particular, but I would guess this thing is somehow some kind of phylactery or something similar.
Or a
I'm gonna
lich?
raise his hand.
More or
Um,
less.
If
Slash
I touch,
RH?
if I touch it, I might be able to see something. And he'll sort of lean down to get to touch it.
No, if
How
you touch
long?
it.
Do not.
How long do you need to touch it for?
Good question.
Like,
Azur wasn't immediately compelled to try to open it. If it's just a moment, it might be fine.
basically instant.
As long as you don't open it, because opening it is when, bad things happen.
Yeah, I was compelled to try to open it when I was trying to figure out what it was, and it nearly drank my soul. So be careful.
Yeah, at your own risk, but I'd hold out my glaive, like, positioning it gently over the chest. I will cut your hand off if you try to open that chest.
Well, how about let's try to grab him first, before we resolve to cut him.
Alright, well, Sokka, get behind him.
Aye, aye. Great sword. Up. I stand behind, like some kind of giant shadow.
The executioner.
I'm sure you'd
That's
rather
the-
be down a hand than down a soul, so.
As the strongest member of the party, I will assist.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
As the physically weakest, I'm going to take 5.
Understandable.
I feel like that's a good choice.
And I'm sure you all probably know a lot about it already.
No, not really.
We know very
Barely a
little, and I
thing,
think the next
honestly.
thing we do, and we'll take you with us for, is to find out more.
Why did you say that? Now I want to touch it.
Mm.
I'm not
Well,
very
just
good
know
with
that
that.
you're doing so at your own peril.
I'm not
Look, it
touching it.
has been touched by a couple of members of our group, and they're still alive.
It only felt like it tried to drink my soul. I was fine afterwards, and I'm still feel fine.
Yeah, look,
Alright.
if you can trust that Socket and Wembley can pull you away from it, if it does try to make you open it, then there shouldn't be any problem, right?
Alright, Josh, I'm gonna like sort of turn around and touch it backwards. Just like clearly without the intent to open it, just place my palm on the side of it for like 2 seconds to see what happens.
Frame perfect poke.
I simply need to be touching it for like a millisecond before I get visions.
Alright.
It gives me advantage on a history check, and if I roll high enough, might cause your character to experience brief visions of the past connected to the object or location. But you see, the thing is, my history check is -1, so
Oh my god.
Wow!
Take my 1%.
I see.
I don't have a headband that gives me like 40 int like Jonathan did, so I can't abuse the fuck out
True.
of
I
it.
believe you just got
Yeah.
donated once per session.
I believe that's way better.
That is good.
I do appreciate you managing to double the roll again.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Double
Yeah.
double.
Can we get you to a casino?
Let's double the doubles.
Doubles is usually bad.
Well,
So,
yeah, I'm taking you to my friend's casino.
Your casino in Dimspire.
Yeah, we'll take you to our gambling hole at our bastion.
There we go.
So, for the briefest of flashes, especially for the history of this chest, you very shortly see a city under siege. People who look like Socket attacking the city. But the chest itself wide open as parts of it are lifting into the air. And you hear the echo of all the souls that died that day screaming into the box. Before you're violently smashed out of it, only the briefest glimpse of a tall elven woman with horns protruding from her head.
Pull my hand away from the box. Can I do so successfully?
That? Yes, you can. You've only had your hand on for effectively 2 to 6 seconds at most.
Hooray!
But you did see a brief flash, and there is one piece that sits in your mind loudly. It's not the person you saw, but the city that was crumbling, rising. Mora and no. Part of your mind screams, this is Mora and no. Realize that a lot of the voices that were in there screaming all reverberating the name of the elvish city that's now missing.
He's gonna take his hand off and sort of just take a couple steps back. That was dark.
What
Figure
happened?
something out.
What'd you see?
I saw an elven city. So, everyone was shouting. Mora no. Mora and no. Something like that.
Oh. That's the one I saw.
It was, crumbling. Made conflict with, a lot of you gestures towards Socket. You know, a lot of people died that day, and I think they were pulled into this box.
I think the rest of it's there too. You weren't here for this, but I took a peek inside it with a bit of magic. Mora Nor still seems to exist in there. A fractured city of many floating islands with bridges, physical and magical, designed to connect them when they drift close enough to each other. What you got might explain a little bit of the difference between what I saw and what I heard in there. Maybe both states exist at once.
There was also an elven woman, a lot taller than usual. Horns. I think she set this up. The box. Now, I'm not a history buff, and I don't know if you showed me everything, but I can only assume that's this, Ilmero lady that you mentioned.
It's the most likely answer, unless the symbol she uses is based on her own teacher.
I didn't really learn why it's leaking. I'm just gonna say, hopefully you have a vault or something? Somewhere safe for this?
Oh.
Even if we did, I don't think I'd want a vault to end up full of these creatures while we were away. Even if they couldn't get out, getting back to the box would be troublesome.
Is it still leaking or has it stopped?
It stopped, though the eyes are still beaded with light for the moment.
Do they seem to be tracking us, or are they just looking around?
They're watching actively.
Oh. Okay, that's really creepy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to like crouch down in front of it and just look at it closely, like hold up a hand and move it from side to side to see if they follow.
Stares at you, tracks the hand a little bit, but then looks back at you.
Do any of you mind if I stab this?
I want to say
yes, I would
but
prefer to stab it.
Well, we could have an eye each socket.
If you damage the box and you make a hole in it where the face is, won't something come out?
More to chop.
it's probably the container for something horrible.
You're right, I probably
You know, I feel
shouldn't.
like poking a hole in it is the same as opening it.
I think we should probably take it to our neighbor at this point, as much as I don't really
I
want
just really
to.
wanted to stab the eye.
It's not even a real eye, it's a magical little dot.
It's the principle of the thing.
You're a principal of what's.
Could
Maybe
be
you
the
could, like,
ones on...
scratch it a little bit. Just put your glaive through the eyes.
Do you think it's the ones on the inside trying to get us to pay attention to it again?
Got a funny way
Could
of
be.
getting our attention.
Well, maybe it's the only thing they can do.
Let's take it to our neighbor, and perhaps we should do that clairvoyance trick again.
I'd be fine with it, but maybe after we've investigated it a little more.
Oh,
I don't
sure.
know how much more information I can get by just looking around in there.
I don't know how much more information we could really get in general.
Surely it didn't do this when Vina had it.
Maybe she fed it people, you know? It's like a container for
Yeah,
souls,
yeah, that's
seemingly.
true. Maybe she
Yeah.
opened it and put people in there. Sounds like something she'd do.
It's a probably pretty easy way to dispose of people from your secret prison.
Well, let's sleep on it, and hopefully it doesn't do that again.
Socket, do you mind staying out here and keeping watch on the chest? I'll stay with you, of course, but I don't think we should bring this back inside.
Yeah, keep it away from the townsfolk. They're not involved in this. Keep them out of it.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Keep it safe.
Halifax.
Of course, he stepped out, but I assume he would say sure. Sword in hand, ready.
So, Saren, you gonna help us investigate this weird little elf box?
Like I said, that's up to you.
Well, I think that's what we're gonna be doing next, so... That... You know... I think we'd all be happy to have you along.
Ooh.
You wanna be along for that?
Be my pleasure.
Great.
Do you have a citizen badge, Saren?
Oh, yeah. That's good. I don't think Ven had one.
Yeah, Ben did not have one when he first joined us, and it was potentially a bit
Bit-
hectic.
It was a bit touch and go at the start.
Well, Ven never really left here before then. I've been to Stiltide a few times. I think my
Well,
rank's
tomorrow we'll be going to Dimspire. You've been there.
No. I did in my dreams last night.
That's interesting.
Well, tonight. You got a nice mansion, I guess.
It was free.
I imagine Asilia showed me the haha funny turns you into a wall rock.
Yes.
I wonder what happened to that magic rock.
Don't worry about it.
What magic
You know,
rock are we referring to?
The big blue one that turns people into walls, and
Why do you know about that?
my dream.
Did you like touch us when we were sleeping or something?
No, that only works on objects.
I just want to say I've had an idea regarding the chest.
Okay.
The spell I use to contact my patron, I don't have to contact my patron with it. I could try to direct it to one of the elves I interacted with when I clairvoyanced into the box. I might be able to speak with them a little more directly, although I only get a couple of questions, and I don't think they'd be able to break the rules as much as my patron does with their ability to answer.
Did you think of trying sending? You did see them.
I can't cast that.
Oh. I guess I just assume most people can, considering we're what, 2 out of 3?
Well, I guess you also come from the most magical town in the entire continent.
Oh, well, yeah, you know. I just assume,
it's,
you know, most people with magic are able to do it, sorry.
it's okay. Remember, I use the the little chest with handwritten notes instead. I don't think that'll be able to go into the box.
That's a good point, yeah. You could describe them to me and I could try it, but that's not really a guarantee.
I only bring up this idea because I wouldn't really know what to ask myself.
Well, I suppose you could start with, where do you think you are? Do you think there's a way out of there?
Do you hear the screaming?
They clearly don't. I feel like it might have faded into white noise if they're constantly hearing it. Imagine spending thousands of years listening to your kindred screaming. You'd probably just blank it out eventually.
You know what happened to your city?
No! Stay back!
They all got in the dwarf quad wagon.
Its sockets stand the dwarf quad wagon as it runs all of so.
Instead of the dead elf wagon. It hasn't ascended yet. It needs elves.
Yeah, it needs fuel.
Oh, this is how we create the dead elf wagon.
Yeah, we gotta get the elf.
We
gotta get the
give
elves out of there.
Dead elves into a wagon. Then they can
Well,
see
if
the
we
world.
just put the chest in it, that counts, right?
It's
An
the
elf
evolution
wagon always
material.
finds
It's
a
the
way.
engine.
The evolution material. We throw the chest into the engine, and thus we evolve into the dead elf wagon.
I don't think there will ever be more dead elves in one concentration. Like then
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
chest, so we can just
It's a
put
lot.
this in
We sell this to the dwarves for a high price.
Anyway, raise his hand. I do want to go back a little, just so you don't think I used weird magic on you. Acelia, can you explain what you did with the dream to them?
Oh, right. Everyone, you know how I can go in people's dreams.
No, I don't believe that. He's a little freak.
That's right.
He's a little...
Okay, sure. Well, I messed with Saren's dreams to show him a bunch of the time we'd spent with Ven.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
we sold that
if
blue
he,
rock.
yeah, if he knows anything about our past that we haven't explicitly told him, it's because he saw it himself.
Bucket gets horrific flashbacks.
It
Saves
was
us a lot
mostly
of catching up.
it was mostly a highlight reel. I just wanted him to see how far Ven had come since they'd last met.
Oh, did you show him the Socket Cringe compilation?
The what?
Socket cringe compilation.
It
No.
was. I mean, it was mostly focused on Ven, killing a bunch of orcs and stuff, but. I mean, there was that one time we beat up Socket recently.
Good times.
I got better.
Yeah, you did. You're all better now, and now you're gonna kill the right people.
One
Our
could
big
argue I never
molten
killed.
murder machine.
Regardless of that, back to the questions to ask the dead elves.
Well, maybe dead elves, if they're not the ones screaming. They could potentially still be alive.
I somehow feel like they aren't, but we can be hopeful.
Like I said, it could be some sort of thing existing in equilibrium, powered by all the souls that died when the city fractured, and then the rest of them got transported into some pocket dimension.
It sounds like a waste of good soul energy right there. Why would you waste it sustaining a bunch of people that are just sitting in a box? If you're gonna bother to trap that much energy. Seems kind
Well,
of useless.
All the dead ones could be fueling something else, and maybe just keeping them all in one place allows people to, be born, live, and die naturally, and then when they die, their souls become more fuel?
Why would you choose elves for that? That sounds horrifically inefficient.
Maybe elves are tastier.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
You're so right, though.
I guess it depends on how fuel efficient souls are. Maybe the longer lifetime lived becomes greater nourishment.
I feel like the amount of profane soul knowledge we've already come across in our travels should have alerted us to the fact that it really just seems to be the soul itself that's powerful.
You know,
However,
maybe,
I will actually give you credit in the idea that it might be specifically elf souls that they need.
or that. Yeah, that sounds way more reasonable than like a soul that lives 1,000 years being, I guess, I don't know, like tastier than a soul that lives 100.
Slightly
I'm
age.
sure a devil would probably argue that, wouldn't they?
Look, if we find the person who did it, we can ask them why they chose the elves specifically to do it too.
Yes, I'm just sort of uncertain as to what exactly they were going for, but regardless. Probably not going to get any answers standing out in the middle of the town square at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, we should finish up our rest and head home tomorrow once we're all packed and ready. And
Yes.
I look at Saren a bit with that one. He be upbeat, so that's more just I expect him to be the one that needs to do most of the packing.
Yeah, my packing is I pick up my haversack. All right, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we're always traveling. He's legitimately at home.
No, he's not. He's like out doing personal guard duty for the Coral Queen. He teleported in here.
I buy a
Yeah,
regular
but he
bag of
still he
holding.
has a home here, and he might want to grab stuff from it to pack before he leaves again.
Yeah, his
Surely
wife.
anything he wanted, he would have brought with him.
Brings his wife
I
in.
mean,
like,
sure. Yeah, it's like
so his toiletries in a little bag. That's it.
Wife in a duffel bag, you know.
You know, in Death Stranding, how they carry around the people in like the big, like quilted person-sized bag.
So fucking weird. Oh, love it. Love it. So, people are keeping watch. There's a definite curious few that are looking at you with some surprise. Well, especially seeing the sudden mass of dead plants in the area and the strangers in the town standing near a mystery box with a skull on it.
Don't worry about it.
Bad.
We would have thrown the sack back over it.
It looks like we just walked out in the middle of the town square to perform an occult ritual at 3 a.m.
Don't worry about it.
Like,
The
there's
blood.
like some shouting. There's a little bit of shouting, some violence, and like there's just a bunch of dead plants. We're just all standing here talking, like low voices, looking back and forth.
Blood stains on the cobble. The Saren returns. Save them, he says. They would press on. There are a few people looking with inquisitorial looks, but the rest who are kind of giving a wide berth today instead of going towards the market center.
I don't hear that thing either. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Hear a couple people as they walk by. It's like, it's so fucking weird. Why is everything dead around them? Why are they standing there? Blanket? What's under that?
I'm probably asleep upstairs, but I gotta say, Jedi business. Go back to your drinks.
Jedi business. Leave me alone.
I mean, I got 3/4 of a rest. If people are looking, I'll be like, yo, move along.
Get the fuck out of here. Definitely be plenty of time for everyone to finish out their long rest, especially after that small kerfuffle. But obviously, this is a very dangerous object to have, especially for what it has done last night. How would you proceed with your day?
Equip bag. Walk outside.
On armor. Gather the group. Talk at them for an hour.
Back in my day, I used to deal with cursed objects.
We used to have this cursed magic box, our original party. You know what we did with it? We opened that sucker. We all jumped in.
Oh, why don't you open this one and jump in, Wembley?
Well, it's not the same these days. Times have changed. They don't make cursed boxes like they used to.
I'd love to think Wembley gets up before us like 2 hours to eat so he can lecture us while we eat our breakfast about his journeys.
Who knows? Maybe if you jump in, you'll find your way to Mora Nor.
It's about it.
Only one way to find out.
Only if you jump in with me. The power of friendship protects.
Of course.
That's how we beat Lady Umaro, back in my day. when there's no...
I want to find Thastus in the morning.
Maybe you should have finished the job.
Damn.
When I say beat, I mean didn't die immediately too. Which is an achievement for most people, back in my day.
Oh, I see. Back in your day, people were a lot weaker.
Yeah, they died a lot.
You would find Thastus eating breakfast, especially for what was left, and eating the extras that people didn't finish out. Good morning.
Hey, kid. I'll sit down across from him. I've seen you fight in the visions Cecilia showed me. They're pretty good.
Oh yeah, I've been traveling with them for a while. It's a lot better than just living on the docks.
You ever considered using swords? See, you must use that crossbow.
Thought about it a couple of times, but I usually just have weathered down rapier. I'll pull out this very, 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 very rusted fucking rapier. Could tell it's been in and out of the water multiple times.
I'll stand up and sort of pat him on the shoulder and lean down. Just so you know, my father's probably looking for a new apprentice now.
Oh. Think you would teach someone like me, though?
Well, I know you're not from Sun Clan, but we actually do most of our work off the continent, so it doesn't really matter.
I think I might go ask him then. It'd be cool to learn a couple of more, cooler techniques. I'm gonna go make sure to tell everyone first then. Let's see, we'll quickly get up, scarfing down the remainder of breakfast. He'll go to find everyone outside, hovering around the box of doom. Brandon Lee Mulligan staring at everyone in the corner. Hey guys, I'm gonna see if Ven's dad can teach me how to fight better.
Didn't Vince
Oh, yeah,
already
all
teleport back to the Ocean City?
Yes.
Yep.
I do want to clarify.
Yeah, he
Festus.
has no idea. He just assumes he's here.
Didn't he already leave?
He did?
Yes, he did.
Aw.
I thought he did.
I was gonna say I'll put in a word for you if that's what you wanted.
I'm all for it. I mean, I already taught a few others, like, mobility and everything. Mostly playing tag.
Did play a lot of tag.
Socket didn't finish his mobility training. Damn.
This is 100% true, and this is something that I have been thinking about, but it's not something Socket would have brought up.
It suddenly surges to Socket's mind like, shit!
He has to stay for actually how many days? I haven't been
Didn't he
tracking
have, like-
since Socket got
Didn't he have,
depressed.
like less than a week left?
Oh no, mobile training. I have 25 days left. I have almost a whole month. Not unless we've been here for 3 weeks and I didn't notice.
No.
We've been
By
here
the
for
time
like
you
2
get
or
that
3
finished,
minutes.
it'll be end of campaign.
So did you want to stay, Thastus?
I mean, I haven't been home in a while, and it'd be kind of nice, I could always catch up later.
It
you're
would be a
welcome to.
whole lot safer than coming with us, that's for sure.
I believe that after what I saw last night.
Yep.
Anyways, I'll check back in with you every month or so in case you change your mind. We might have some new way to come and get you.
I'll be sure to stay in touch then.
Well, I'll just use magic, so you don't really have to try that hard.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's been nice having you, Thastus.
Gotta give everyone a hug.
Hug the child.
Hug the child.
Big hug.
He picks up Wembley with his hug.
Whoa. I'll pick him up in return.
Ah!
You're like an ant.
Super-
we are.
Suplexing each other.
You achieve flight by picking each other up.
Of course, that's how that works.
Hip. I'll even go to give you a hug, Leslie. As they get over to you, Socket looks up at you. Don't forget to go in the ocean sometimes, alright? Helps you cool off.
I will remember it. Thank you for justice.
Let's find all the nice coral pieces.
Quick, give me 25 days of training in 1 second as we shake hands like men, and I grab his forearm.
He will grab onto your forearm, but then still jump up and hug you anyway, while standing on your forearm.
No, my feelings.
Nobody escapes the hug. All right. Well, you can put that word in, Saren, with your dad, and I'll stick around and I'll help your mom and sisters, your wife, and all. That is your wife, right?
The one with the white hair is my wife. I don't have any sisters.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was like just a girlfriend or something.
Pestis.
I don't know. I don't want to go over and be like Mrs.
Pat
Saren.
him on the head. You know, you're probably gonna get married soon, right? You're a bit older than Ben was.
True. He looks like sad thinking about it, like he might be tied down. I mean, couldn't be that bad, right?
Bad. I'll just walk off with Festus. And maybe like we'll spar a little. Yo, you just did a fart.
Yeah.
What?
Stinky. Uh-oh.
No, not Nurgle. Oh God, it's Slanesh.
This is the tunneling stink worm. It's coming out through the floor.
Shitting and coming everywhere.
That's it. Purple worms attack.
Thanks. That's what this town needed, some purple worms.
Exactly.
That's what this quaint little town was missing.
It's like Bob Ross, just like, oh, look, this nice little town right here. Just needs some nice little purple worms.
The
And
happy
everybody
little
needs a friend, so here's 3 purple worms.
Here's 3 purple worms, and here's a here's one of those purple worms that has a mind flare parasite in it.
Oh no.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful. Look at how it devours the brains of the citizens. Beautiful, beautiful.
Mindless thralls, all of them. Beautiful.
And then we put some happy little intellect devours inside their last hope of shelter. Beautiful. Oh,
Everyone's
a
enslaved and now a thrall.
Beautiful, beautiful. The light.
Is it? They head off for some training. Everyone makes ready in their preparations later in the day. Heading out in this day or taking some time to recuperate and debate on what to do with the box of evil.
We were literally leaving right now because we have the box of evil in the town square, but I guess not. I guess we're doing training this morning.
No, we are not doing training. Can this
That was
box
a
solved
joke.
ASAP?
Saren just walked off with fastest.
I was like, I was playing around with him, man. You guys didn't say you were leaving yet, so.
I'm pretty sure we said last night that we were leaving in the morning.
Don't worry, Saren wasn't a part of this because he was with his wife.
It wasn't. It was not in my computer, probably.
Yeah.
Well, I assume that must be it, because we definitely intended to leave like as soon as we got up, basically. Because, you know, we have the box of evil in the town square, and we're like, maybe we shouldn't leave the box of evil here.
Don't worry about it. It's perfectly safe. Alright, so you, I assume, circle of teleportation.
Yeah.
Back to Dimspire.
Alright, well, hopefully she's home. Let's get this over there.
Right. heading to your neighbor's house, then I assume, as you see, Geed is still there. You know, living the good life, keeping the estate in good shape. As they will wave, like, "Hey, Dad."
We're used to fairly used to Sophie carrying this thing in a sack at this point, but if it makes him more comfortable, I will carry it with telekinesis again, so no one has to touch it.
Somebody's probably gonna have to touch it to get it through the portal, though. Because
Yeah,
otherwise
you
you're going
will
to be
need to
dropping it
do
through the
that.
portal, and it's going to be sitting on top of the portal as we go through it, and all of us are going to fly into it as we teleport through. And also, I'm pretty sure we discovered last time you have to be carrying something for it to actually go through.
Yeah, he will need to hold it to get it through the portal, but to take
Do
it
you
to
want a chest for your
carry it.
chest?
Ooh. That's actually a really good point. I'd like to fabricate a chest for the chest.
Lead-lined box.
Extra box for your box.
Classic.
All right, so a quick
Extra
purchase
box.
of
This one needs to be really plain too.
Yeah, I just buy, like, maybe we can just, I guess I could have just done that in the morning when we got up. I can just fabricate a large, like, plain-ish wooden steel box for this box.
All right. I would say that. I'd say they'd probably just run you like, especially for just plain old like lead box, or are you going for something?
I mean, lead's probably a good choice. This is the D&D universe. Yeah, lead.
All right, that's still fairly cheap, so probably like I'd say just 20 gold on lead because it's just like the raw ingot itself.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to buy more teleportation dust. I'm almost out.
Diagonal.
It's not free like regular teleport. And burning money. Anyways, yeah, now it's inside of a nice lead box that's shaped to fit it. So now nobody has to touch the box or even like a facsimile of the box.
All right. With that, you would see quite a cacophony of what seems to be various magic works that are coming from your neighbor's home. The forge itself seems to be, well, going as loud as possible. You can see that many of your neighbors have probably stepped out for the time or have gone through various ways of keeping the magical silence going that would reach their extension of their estates.
I shall knock upon the door.
Right. How loud are you knocking?
Well, considering the amount of noise, probably pretty loud.
All right. Go ahead and make me an athletics check real quick just to see how loud it is.
Oh, hell yeah.
Use those weak wizard muscles.
Check out this wizard muscle.
Oh, reroll it.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say I sprained my wrist.
It's not
oh.
I hit my knuckles on it all wrong, and I just
Go to knock on the door, but instead of like clapping it appropriately, you like first clap your fingertip in it, and it's like fuck. And then you go to clap it again, but it's like your fingernail just hurts like a little too bad to really swing this big heavy fucking door handle. It's pretty bad. There's like the blackening of a blood blister at the top of your fingernail.
I'm so far defeated by a door knocker.
Would anyone else like to try the door knocker? As yours nursing her finger.
My hand.
I got it.
Hell yeah.
You should destroy the door.
Just hear this.
Knock, knock, knock. I pull my hand away. The knocker is still in my hand.
Oh no. With that, you hear what sounds like one of the engines effectively stop within this estate. The very fast heel click on fucking marble and metal before the door will swing open, and before you is your, well, partially familiar looking neighbor.
Hello there.
Urali Ironbark, as she introduced herself before. She looks a little bit confused and then also sees Socket holding her door knocker. Oh.
Sorry, my wizard broke this. I handed it to her.
I did not break that. Well, my hand. Don't put it in that hand. Anyways, you say you like curse stuff, right?
Yes, I work with a lot of magic and crafting and understanding such things. You
Oh,
can.
we got a cursed item for you.
We have probably the worst one you'll ever see.
Oh, it's atrocious. You'll love it.
You do see her kind of eyebrow peak in interest a little bit, and like, then come on in. Go down the main aisle for a moment. As she will turn as she takes the door knocker from Azura's scepter was handed to her, and then cast mending to put it back on her door frame. With that, leading back down into what seems to be the magical forge that she has kind of recreated, you see various crafts, other things there mid-project, as well as what seems to be a mural? Question mark? One that looks to be of a kind of dragon. I mean, you could roll history or nature if you like looking at it.
Of course, you know. That's what we live for. I am trained in nature.
Why are
Yeah, sure, nature, why
identical?
not? And mine are identical as well. I just decided to do nature for the hell of it.
With that one.
With the history, let's see. With the 21, you would come to realize that these are not normal murals. Like, one of them seems to be very loudly a metallic dragon of some kind, but not the usual types. It's escapes you a little bit, but you think it's maybe one of the more exotic ones that you haven't really heard about, especially for the stylization of the horns. Azura, with the 27, you are able to decipher, especially for your more curious nature, especially of what Asilia was able to figure out that it's a metallic dragon. This is an iron dragon, in specific. Something that is very rarely heard of, but at the same time, curious why she has a mural of an iron dragon within her home.
It's an interesting mural choice, and they're very rare.
Oh, you've seen such things.
And random obscure book. I've never been lucky enough to actually see a real one.
That's how I keep in touch with my mom.
Your mother's an iron dragon?
Well, now she is. But that's a long story.
Forgive
Yeah,
me, you look more red in nature.
Yes, my father was a pyroclast dragon. Even longer story.
Well, this is fascinating.
Oh, what?
Yeah, what's
I
up?
feel like you've got more stories than I do.
Pyroclast.
I mean, you could definitely try rolling it with advantage, especially for recent events. With history
Is
is
that Arcana? Arcana,
Arcana or history.
You had me at Arcana.
I love a good Arcana check.
Hey, she's related to Baigless. Let's fight her right now.
That's the only other real pyroclast dragons you could think of, especially for this region is within the Ruby Palace or near it. And the only other one who's distinctly known, especially for ruling the land in the Ruby Fortress itself, was Bayless. So,
Bayless. Raising my eyebrow slightly.
Forgive me for prying. You don't happen to be royalty.
I guess by technicality, but at the same time, I don't operate the same as that, as I'm still the child of what was originally a human and a dragon. So I have no claim, half bastard anyway, and I don't really, listen to either one.
Right, so 2 dragons. One didn't start as a dragon, so that means that the human became the Iron Dragon. The other one was the Pyroclast Dragon. Okay.
Okay, I really don't know where this puts us on a standing. Why don't we just get down to business?
I mean,
Yeah, let's just talk about the box. That's easier than discussing dragon.
yes, box thing, cursed object. She will.
Yeah, we'll unpack all that later.
Yeah. She will point out towards what seems to be a magic circle, one that would, contain most magic items, and you'll also see what seems like a large black obsidian rune-etched archway stone, question mark? One that's made for almost equal distance of, like, Giantkin, but also has other arcane sigils hooked up to it, and another doorway, possibly. Don't mind the other projects. Please set it down within the circle where whatever it is could be contained.
I'll warn you, this is horrifically dangerous. It tried to drink my soul when I touched it.
It also summoned a bunch of horrific monsters.
Yeah, it summoned something called
a few
Thunder
hours
Axe.
ago.
And there's a city of dead elves in it.
She's like trying to unpack everything you just said.
See, we can say some weird shit too. It's not just you.
Oh, also the box had like eyes on it last night and it was looking at us.
It doesn't still have eyes, does it?
Still has eyes.
Okay.
Oh. Ooh.
Yeah, those ones right there.
See, it's looking at you. It means it likes you.
We have barely the faintest idea what it is.
Well, from the sounds of it, either something kind of sounds like an iron flask in some cases, but if it... You said it has dead elves in it?
A whole city of them. You know, from
Yeah, some of them seem pretty pretty nice. They'll have a conversation. The others scream.
That's
it's
definitely...
the elves from back when this land wasn't all scorched and there was elves.
I'm sure it's definitely better than those who accompany in War and Thos, but that's another distant land.
I don't know that place.
It's on the continent of Stornalis. It's much further north.
Name
Oh.
drop.
Oh. I've always wanted to meet a bunch of elves. I wonder if they're nice.
Well, I'm sure they're much more humbled after what had happened to their city, but...
Why do elves always have something happening to them?
Now these ones
What
were...
do they ever do to deserve that?
Far as I know, they tried to consume a god's power, at least the one for the sun, anyway.
Oh. What do you think our elves...
That seems oddly somehow similar to their fate.
Maybe it's just a common thing for elves.
The sun
Continuing on,
consuming them, or consuming the sun.
I guess if you live that long, you
Oh.
do something with your life.
well, it's more or less they were deprived of it, and the Lord was, myself locked away in a prison, so I think it was a fear of loss. Anyway,
Anyway,
may I? As she kind of like gestures towards examining the box for a moment.
Oh, of course, feel free.
Just, be careful. The soul drinking and whatnot.
you mind
Yep.
if I position myself to tackle you if you try to open it?
I mean, if you must.
I will also say that I did actually touch it for a fair amount of time before it tried to compel me to open it and drink my soul, so it might not happen immediately.
Well, it didn't have eyes then.
That is true.
It would just make me feel better, and I think the rest of us as well.
It was also bleeding last night. That was the precursor to it summoning all of the desiccation creatures.
Right. Originally bleeding. And summoning creatures, observation, scrying. Various kinds of necromancy and other enchantments. I mean, you can get into position to tackle me, but, just don't take off the ring. He kind of gestures to the one on her right hand. Looks curiously like superheated. What?
Oh, sorry, I'm back. Is that directed at me?
Yeah, she said just don't take off her ring.
Oh, she's giving me her ring?
No, she's saying don't take off her ring if you have to tackle.
proposes to you.
Oh, she has a ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not remove the ring.
Alright, I'll try my best.
All right. Double checking.
If only Annette was here to steal that ring and be faced with the consequences of her actions.
If only.
With that, as you are kind of getting in position, you see her like mumbling a couple of few other things. Like, if anyone else needs to, we do have arcane barriers over there to where you can watch.
I mean, I'll take a free arcane barrier. That sounds better than whatever's probably about to happen.
It's usually safer. They've found that some objects like to explode.
I think
Okay.
if this thing explodes, it's probably going to take out the city.
Oh.
It does have, like, an entire city of dead elves in it worth of energy.
No, noted. Do not dispel it then.
Why not?
If possible.
Yes, kindly don't explode us.
With that, let's see.
Campaign over as she dispels it without warning.
I mean, the last time this woman was in our party, she almost ended the campaign as well.
Oh my god, yeah.
It was also equal distantly an explosion of great force.
Yep.
We're a lot more fire
The
resistant
first
this
time
time.
she's exploded a party.
She has experience. She's going to put this on her
This
resume.
ain't my first suicide bombing.
I mean, listen, it's not her fault you're all explodable.
Imagine putting that on your resume. This isn't my first suicide bombing.
Does
I'm experienced.
Does that mean you're bad at your job?
What if you're really good? It's like you just roll dodge the explosion.
I frame it.
It's just iframe. Parry the explosion, pussy.
I frame perfect deployed the IED.
Oh,
The back step roll dodge cancel.
so. As she does go tinkering around, you would see that there are a couple of tools, other chalks and pieces flying around by themselves. for, well, many, especially since Azir is familiar with more relaxed, vestiges and other things, very quickly recognized that she has probably a fuckload of unseen servants around this place. As they collect all the effects that she seems to be writing down in what seems to be a fairly beat up diary. As you could tell, it looks like she is trying to do some form of arcane math. It's a little concerning. It looks like the book has survived a couple of explosions, but
But the house will survive the explosion as well.
well, you do realize that she has reinforced this room with what seems to be various kinds of blackened iron.
Are there like black scorch marks coming away from the center?
Roll me a perception.
See the faint outline of a humanoid scorched into the wall.
You notice, even on the faintest of details, that there have been areas that have been cleaned up, but it's very clear that whatever she's been doing in here, there are scratch marks as well as what seems to be a mixture of other arcane or weathering effects that have happened in this room. Even down to like a few bottles and other things like that. It looks like they got hit by the equivalent of like a sandstorm, aka like a sand blaster. Because it's not smooth, it's almost like frosted glass, but that's from the effect of what sand hitting it would look like. And you will also look over towards what seems to be kind of like that doorway portal, and you realize that most of these effects or damages have come from whatever the fuck that archway / doorway is. She's clearly been opening or closing something with magical effects.
The archway is some kind of planar portal.
Oh, you've seen such things.
Oh, just my best guess.
This is why I'm trying to measure out, especially for how much power to give this. But my mother isn't mastering it, as she more or less works in the forges, but I'm trying to master planar travel on a greater scale.
Well, that's very admirable. Very nice.
It's been an interesting endeavor. I could definitely say, thanks to some of the other gifts that I've been given, it's definitely made controlling the arcane weave for it much more tolerable. As she kind of looks at her, arcane math, effectively. You see occasionally she does steal a glance at the party, occasionally eyes lingering on Socket with a quizzical look to her eye.
Why is she looking at me? Don't do that.
Right. Here goes nothing. Tackle if you must. If anything,
I'm ready.
If anything, go to the second room down the hall and break the orb in emergency. If there's an angry woman, if you have to do this, by the way, just tell her daughter's down in the main forge.
Okay.
That's ominous.
Isn't it? We don't need to worry about it, though. I'm sure my mother won't be needed for this. With that, she is going to sit down and focus and concentrate on identifying the box.
It drinks her soul. It's gonna be so funny.
Oh no.
It is impossible, sir.
Sorry, but it would be funny. So.
Oh yeah. All righty. As she takes her time, you see her focusing very, very hard, as there's even a moment where she kind of winces, but you do see a brief ripple to the eyes on the skull. It's at this point, as you do see the minute pass her eyes, a light. Now, this does contain an entire city. This is also Ilmeros phylactery.
Oh, that random guess I had earlier was right.
Fuck!
We were right.
Oh, that sucks.
For clarification, for the less magically inclined, what is that?
Oh,
Oh, it's like what a lich stuffs their soul into.
That's how she stays undead and alive for all this time.
yes. Well, it's gruesomely named the Grand Coffin, but it's where those who apparently died in Moronor and are still alive in there are floating about. People who seem to die near it are added to the fuel of Moronor. So it has some magical prowess. Though I don't really suppose any of you would really smile on soul engines.
No, not too particularly fond of the idea personally. So, is there an easy way to break it? If it's her phylactery, that means she dies when it breaks, right? It's the way liches usually work in the stories.
Effectively. I mean, if you want to break it, you would have to take it back to somewhere where it was probably made. There's a lot of energy in there.
Right,
If you
in the middle
give
of
me
the
a day, I could prepare, well, the better part of a spell of legend lore.
Oh, what are we waiting for? I hit it with my weapon.
No! The Inspire vanishes
Running.
more and more.
This, yeah, this only makes me wonder what happens to all of the people that are alive in there.
Yeah, so are the people alive in there? Are they in limbo?
Seemingly, as far as I could tell, from the Grand Coffin, they're alive. I've been living in there for some time.
Well, then we need to get them out.
Yeah, what happens if we destroy this?
I would imagine that cities or wherever they're supposed to be would rejoin the material plane.
Oh, they
So
just
they
go
would
back to where they were taken from?
In whatever transaction that might have been historically.
Our city might be a whole bunch of ash now. And buried.
Unless the city pops out with them.
Remember, when I saw inside it, the city they had was a bunch of broken pieces. Maybe that's all that survived. Everything that we see out in the wastes is what didn't make it.
Even before this was finished, the city was crumbling. Also, we know where it was made, and I'll look at you, Riley. I saw it. Saren, by the way.
Pleasure. Riley Ironbar. And, I mean, you could destroy it. I would imagine that you probably don't have too great an issue. Just maybe found, unfortunately, some liches phylactery, and they probably have no clue that you haven't.
It did look at us. Maybe it did see that we had it.
Further question. Is there any way to stop it from spitting out monsters again?
I mean, I could just, put a magic circle around it, make sure it's maintained and it's sealed. I do have other things that I've learned, be able to banish creatures back to where they came from, so as soon as they come out, they just go back.
But would you also be okay with having a lich's phylactery in your home?
I mean, it's an immense source of arcane power.
Can you
What's all
please
the
not
holes in
use
it?
the trapped souls inside of the phylactery as energy?
Well, I mean, it still takes an immense power of weave to, manipulate that kind of magic. Not that I would be using the souls, but, more or less the magic within. Then again, I guess that might make it unstable.
Hey, I have a question, Josh.
Mhm.
Do the eyes follow people? Like, do they obviously, look at people?
Yeah, 100%. Rosie had checked that out
Alright.
before, where it's like, they waved their hand, they looked
And-
at the hand, but then looked at their face.
Okay. And it was definitely looking at people who had the boon of Metha?
It was looking at everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Just confirming that.
Yeah, I thought of that a little bit ago.
Yes, and for slightly more reference, I obviously didn't include that bit
Yeah.
in the
Good.
dream.
Very
Yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. I don't know that. But
That was
Given
just
the
sort
terms
of.
of the pact.
I assume
I'm glad you remembered.
most of the Giga secret things you didn't tell me, but just out of character.
Yeah, would you like to join this contract that I can't tell you what it is magically until?
Are we allowed to write other people in on that contract if they just agree to it? I thought we had to sign it.
You gotta sign it, but you can't
no,
tell
that
them whatever it is.
Yeah, no, but can we say, do you want to join this contract? We can't tell you what it is till you agree.
If you want to join our party, you have to sign this. We will not explain what this does.
We're all bound by this, so you either sign or we'll never tell you what it is.
Also, the ghost bike can legally kill me because I wasn't a fan.
it is true. But wherever the ghost bike is, you'll have to legally find out.
The ghost bike is gonna come in at our darkest hour to eat one of our souls and drive.
It's gonna be the final combat, and the ghost bike is gonna appear, and it's just gonna go after Wembley only.
Wembley's gonna be
Go
like
on,
10
kill
HP, like,
Wembley.
I'll drink a healing potion this turn, I'll be okay. The ghost bike will heroically ride over the horizon.
Evil and intimidating ghost bike.
The ghost bike was
No.
hiding behind a dumpster, and you guys are like, damn, I can't believe Daedalus absorbed Vin's soul.
No.
The ghost bike was behind it all.
No.
Yeah, it finally ate the child.
I love the idea of the Malaga Ruby getting spit out and it coalesces into the ghost bike. It's like, you discovered me, my final form.
So, were you going to, just leave this with me then, I assume?
Well, I mean, I don't really know if we're in any condition to travel to the middle of the Sill Wastes with a Lich's phylactery and destroy it. But we probably do want to do that at some point.
Do you have a vault?
Of course I do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll obviously have to take it out of the magic circle to get it into the wastes, but until we're ready to do that.
I could put it into demi-plane for the time.
Still with the magic circle, right?
Obviously, it's foolish to assume that you're just going to leave it there and it's going to behave.
To its credit, it did behave for quite a while. At least a
Yeah,
couple
that
of days.
was really the first actual problem it caused without us directly interfering with it.
And she takes out her notebook again. It's like, and how long did you have it before it started outlashing?
Almost 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Right?
Yeah, we took that entire boat ride with it. That was 10 days, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, and we had it with us when we went to Blood Furies. We spent the night there. We spent the night at in Arrow Pond before taking the trip as well. That's 12 at least.
It's not like we did anything particularly different near it either.
Now that would explain it. I assume the sentience was the people inside, but
We also don't know how long it's this like we said, this is the first time it's done anything like this, and since it came into our possession, so we don't know how long it's been idle since before we picked it up either.
Well, I might have some solutions for him.
Well, that's true. Yeah, we also had to wait 3 days to get on the boat.
It does have a demi-plane in it. But you can tell she's like narrowing options down in her mind.
Yeah, would that have been a problem if we decided to put it into an extra dimensional space?
Oh, for that, no. Extra dimensional space is a little funky, but no. A demi-plane within a bag of holding wouldn't be an issue, but a bag of holding in a bag of holding would be. But then you get into the semantics of it. If you have multiple bags of holding inside of a demi-plane, then you put that inside of a bag of holding. That's still different because that's bag of holding inside the demi-plane, inside of the bag of holding.
I wasn't aware that we had that specific of an exemption.
But of course, if you cross wires between that at any point, then the entirety of all of it is just destroyed outright. Nonetheless, still a dangerous thing to juggle. Of course, if you put the demi-plane inside of that and it has the bag of holding in there, then you wouldn't be able to open the door to the demi-plane because then you officially open the doorway and the portal there and then it crosses again. You would have to make sure to phonetically take out the demi-plane that has the bag of holding inside the bag of holding first.
I think you're getting a little too caught up in semantics.
Sorry.
This does sound like a good security measure.
But it sounds like we made the safe call by just putting it in a box.
Effective. So, not to be that kind of woman, but, still plenty of questions of beings beyond some normal knowledge. She looks over to you, Socket. You have a particular breath in you that, for what some of your party has said, leaves question in my mind?
I did.
So,
But I no longer carry the flame.
trying to get rid of it, then I assume.
Socket will nod.
I've heard of a few of you. I've only had the pleasure of meeting one or two others, but not one that was so adamantly against Fatalists.
That's not going to be a problem, is it?
No, not at all, actually. See a wide smile on her face. Like, this is exciting news.
I'm gonna kick your daddy in the shins.
Kick your daddy shit. By happenstance, have you heard of the other elemental lords?
Whoa.
Of course. Aang is the
Oh my god.
elemental lord of air.
Yeah.
Toph is the elemental lord of earth.
Oh no. I love those theatrical plays. They're a great, full part series, but
We've definitely heard of them. Can you
And
repeat them for
Beetlejuice,
us?
the fire lord.
Oh, actually, Siren will speak up. You mean like Leviathan?
oh, so you are familiar with some others. Well, I don't suspect anyone would really be interested in Boreas. No, he's a tough one to find. The other more familiar.
Just a bag of old air, that one.
Jake just like, tell me.
Tell me!
Just for context, my backup character was gonna be tied to Boreas.
Oh.
Josh was like, no, Boreas is doing stuff. I'm like,
He's-
no, tell me.
No.
Boreas is busy
Bor-
keeping everybody being able to breathe. Sorry.
Boris is about an instant transmission behind us and kill us.
I wouldn't suppose any of you have heard of Tartarus, the main reason why Bayless is no longer in this realm.
I don't usually take my fish with tartar sauce.
I mean, that's actually a pretty good joke.
They're all good jokes.
Have
No,
you been telling me the whole
but,
time? I'm sorry.
Copy.
That's the first
But
joke
I
I've heard him tell, and it was
I
pretty
think
good.
we would be happy to hear a little more about the reason Betalus isn't around.
It was quite masterfully done. Wizard, Miller, and Ironbar. Effectively laid out a trap and an invitation to speak in good terms to, well, what was presented as good terms on the discussion of children. Those who are, in the realm currently. And in that circumstance, was, well, quite thoroughly tricked. She managed to detonate, I'm trying to think, I think it was over 100 glyphs of warding on him. He did survive the initial explosion, but it was, well, more or less her accompaniment with Tartarus to help finish him out before any other retaliations could really truly be had. Which at that point, the form of his essence was banished from this world back to the plane of fire. It's a
So by the namesake, it sounds like that one's related to you.
I mean, not to be bashful, and, obviously not very proud of it. Yes. Like I said, half bastard, no claim to the throne kind of situation. but I am in good relations with. Well, I can't say me directly, but my brother Maxiel is with Tartarus, and might be able to help you get rid of that flame.
I turn to the party. I have a personal quest I would like added to the do list.
Sure. How achievable is getting in touch with your brother?
Yeah, how hard is it to get to Tartarus?
Can he come to us, or do we have to go to him?
If he were to come to here, he might destroy part of the Spire, but that's just because of Titanic size.
Always a big one.
Yes, and when he moves, usually a lot of the rock face shifts.
So we should
Okay.
probably go to him.
Go to him, yeah.
Very much.
Where is he?
Oh.
Hey, you don't happen to have a way there,
She
do
just
you?
points down. She points at the
Don't
ground.
suppose it'd be car distance.
She points down at the planet.
I don't suppose you really
Cybertron.
trust me to just whimsically teleport you.
Let's go.
I mean,
Look,
honestly,
we
I'd
already
say I
gave you the
trust
box of souls.
Let's
I
Yeah.
think that's about the most we could trust someone at this
I trust
Might
you
as
more
well
than I
go the
don't
whole way.
trust you. I'd give it a 60-40 percentage.
I like those odds. I'll take those odds.
Alright. I'll send a message to my brother. If anything, I would recommend waiting until tomorrow, just so I could have all the appropriate spells ready. Apologies, I, wasn't expecting to be suddenly teleporting today.
Oh, this is a unexpected boon. We'll do any waiting that's necessary, I think.
Honestly, we didn't really have very many pressing issues other than making sure the box didn't spit out a bunch of necrotizing monsters.
Yeah,
again,
that
so
was the
we're fine
only
for
immediate thing we needed to handle. So.
Fair enough. So, well, I guess in full honesty, Anderson. Yes, daughter of Baedalus. My brother Raxiel is not. He was adopted, but still my brother nonetheless. He is an air dragon.
A lot of
You've got
dragons
quite
in the
the-
family.
You've got a very diverse family.
Got fire and iron.
Pyroclast iron, air.
Yeah.
There aren't any others we need to know about, right?
My stepmother is a silver dragon.
Okay, we'll add that to the list.
My 10 siblings younger, but still growing up, practicing silver.
I wasn't aware dragons got along this well.
They usually don't.
I look to the group and just go, I think her mother has a type.
But yes, would be sometime. Also, don't mind the archer stone. I kind of saw you as she kind of like gestures towards Wembley, like, yeah, eyeballing the accidents around the shop.
I'm sure you've got it all handled.
Pretty much. The archery keystone is fussy. Wembley has a personal quest to become dragon.
Oh, Wembley needs to fuck the ultimate married woman.
Yes, Dovak.
The final boss.
Dragonborn.
Miller.
Not Lady Elvira. That's secondary.
It's second objective. Sorry, Bay, you got, delegated to optional quests.
Side objective, side ho.
Uh, could wait here a moment. I will see if I can get in touch with Raxia. She's gonna walk back out towards the murals.
While she's doing that, I'm just gonna look at Sarah and be like, "This happens a lot."
Finding children of the god of meteors.
No, I mean, going to do one thing and immediately ending up on a completely different quest.
Does this happen a lot?
Understandable.
I think it's happened like once.
What's your once?
Honestly, I don't even really know if I have a once.
Out of character, the once is when their fucking airship exploded.
I was also thinking of when
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain went in a different direction than that, but yeah, the airship. The airship exploding is a good point, yeah.
And then I'd also include having to hunt down a pack of 100 orcs.
Well, that
That's a
one was
pretty
on the way.
Big distraction.
I don't think
We
that
did
one
have a
was-
quest for that. That one was deal with orcs. We just didn't know how much that.
We got a part
Came
2
to-
pop-up.
Rescue civilians.
Well, look, the point is there are always distractions to be expected.
This in particular is a quite a significant distraction, I'll admit.
Yes, this one's definitely a lot more
Takes the cake.
intense than what we're used to. No, normally it's still do the original thing, but with like complications.
Take out the box. The grand coffin.
Are we going to Stranalis?
Oh,
It's
I've never been off of Torsilna.
I'd probably be more closer towards, I'm trying to think of the location. I feel like the location's kind of a midway point between Nostrana and Stranalis.
Well, I don't know either of those, so
Neither do I. I guess it'll be
you
fun.
nonetheless.
is it far?
Like if this is one of the 4 quarters of the world, and that would be teleporting halfway around the world, we're teleporting
Completely around the world, yeah.
I'll make sure to
Oh,
pick up a
I'm-
rock when we're there so I can teleport back later.
Nice. Well, I'm just a short halfling. I don't know how big the world is.
Josh, am I gonna die if I stand on a continent that's not infused with magma?
Oh.
Guess
Surely
you're gonna
not.
have to find out, my man.
Next
uh,
time.
You're
Todders
gonna
is
be
gonna have to work real fast.
Dungeons and Dragons.
I will explain to Wembley how far away Nostrana is.
Oh god.
Over the horizon.
I've been there. I was there like 3 days ago.
Yep.
Look, you say over the horizon. Most of Torsilna is over the horizon from here.
Yeah, but over the horizon of the ocean.
Fucking, you
I've
can't
been
even see
over-
like half of Stilltide. It's like 6 horizons.
It's not to scale.
It is
Isn't
the
this
scale.
planet like abnormally
No, it's not.
big?
Southport is not 400 miles wide.
It is.
Why wouldn't it be?
400 miles.
Are you a coward?
You could fit like 5
Yeah,
cities in that span.
Remember that one time me and Wembley walked across all the walls in one day? just
Yeah,
for
we
fun?
did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
man.
really
Dimspire.
fast.
Dimspire is also 240 miles tall.
Damn right.
Yeah, true.
Real, verified facts.
But I will say, especially as she goes to the various murals that are out there, for those who are watching or even paying attention, you hear it speak a very arcane word to effectively open up the mural, almost like a spring pool in a sense, where it kind of recedes, but then still shows what looks like a You would almost mistake him for a silverish-looking dragonborn, but then you also see, like, all of the iridescent and rainbow-style colors and clothing and other pieces that he has on him. Oh. Hey, Hero. What's been happening with you? It's been a long time. I've been a little busy. Sorry I haven't called. Don't worry about it. I've been working with the Keystone. Tartarus is still in the same location, right? Yeah? Do you need to talk to him again? No. I was hoping you would be able to get to where Tartarus is resting, and I would meet you there with Curio. Alright, I guess I could break away from this. Oh, I've dropped them off already, so there shouldn't be any worry. But yeah, I'll see you there then. Good, and yeah. Don't worry, Mom is not really going to figure out what's going on right now. See you tomorrow. With that, she will close the mirror. And...
Good content.
I was adding a third NPC to talk.
No.
Steno, right? But
Ballman, get in here!
Quick, someone go smash the orb!
no, no,
Get even
I take
more
off running.
characters in here for Josh.
no! Don't you fucking dare!
It's like you like Terminator run down the hall.
Picks up the orb,
I'm
smash.
wearing the dwarven boots. You can't stop me.
No, no.
Can't
Telekinesis
be pushed or
picks
knocked
you up.
around. I'm too big and strong. I'm a raging barbarian.
I'm a rage.
There's no way. There's no earthly way your piddly wizard magic can grab me.
Big Beast Barbarian grabbing hand.
Big B's grippers.
Shoot Big B as a free action.
So,
Big B's go up.
not entirely sure what you wish to do, but be able to meet here tomorrow. Probably around noonish, knowing my brother. He's not exactly early to rise. Would there be any other particular concerns, or would you leave this box at my discretion?
As long as you aren't going to, like, drink the souls out of it to power yourself or something, yeah, sure, it's all yours for now. We do want to destroy it at some point.
Understandable. I don't really do soul magic.
And neither did we, but it really seems to have found us.
You know, yeah, not to be that kind of person, but kind of caring company that invites it.
Yeah, I've noticed, don't worry.
Fair. Well, don't suppose you would take any other interest in what's going on here. Unless you have interest in planar magic.
I mean, sure, I have an interest.
I'd gladly go over a few notes with you.
Sure. It's a better way to spend my day than milling about.
Have you ever heard of the multi-material plane theory? Yeah, starts going through like multiverse theory and everything is extending for discussing how the Arch Keystone had originally connected to Aviar, where the giants had gone to live, and they were banished for most of Stralis.
Wembley gets a headache.
They should have been banished for longer. Giant dead elf wagon. Think of all the dead elves a giant could chuck into their wagon.
Jesus Christ.
We need to upgrade people. Upgrade.
I will say, for those who were kind of still sitting down and listening to all this, eerily enough, you've had no idea where it came from, but there's just a table of refreshments suddenly next to you.
Ah,
It's
Oh,
one of the
hell
tables.
yeah.
One of the tables has survived. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure we can reproduce that. We just stole them from the laboratory. It's not like it was the only set that ever existed.
But it was quality.
I like that those tables were just like a perpetual presence. We murdered all those scientists, but their table, top quality.
worth it.
Locally sourced refreshment tables.
I will say, especially as you're still within the room with her. Socket. You still feel a little tinge of that connecting flame being in her presence.
Kill Saren.
Kind of come to realize that she is speaking the truth, but also obviously it's not as strong, but she still carries the same blood and probably could do the same such thing as her father. He's dead, Jim.
Very dead.
It is very
Yeah.
late. He's probably dying.
That is fair.
One more hour.
I think this is a good spot to leave off on, as the next day, as you take notes, compare them, enjoy some refreshments, and see the plates and dishes being whisked off by invisible forces. Basically, we'll pick up next time as you go to visit Tartarus.
Hell yeah. We're getting to visit Lestrana. Well, we're getting to visit the space in between the two of them. It's not really...
The hidden space
look
of where
around.
Tartarus sleeps.
You know, I was always under the impression Tartarus was basically just chilling on like some random island, but yeah, he probably is in some cave or something.
Chilling on a random hidden island.
Because we only ever
I mean,
saw
it's-
him like the once.
Yeah. He's usually at the rift, which is floating in the air.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I mean is that that's why I remember he was like on that piece of land next to the rift.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me. Congratulations on figuring out what you have been carrying with you this entire time.
I
Yeah,
thought none of us died next to it.
Thanks for running, Josh.
Of
that's
course.
kind of
Enjoy your sleeping.
sucks.
Was casted into the fire.
Well,
I put the new thing there. I gave it a new name, so let me know what you think.
I will have a gander.
Now you're really carrying the one ring.
They're gonna
really.
scoop out all the fire out of you and they're gonna replace it with dirt. You're just gonna be a dirt
A
golem.
dirt shoveling.
System, I can't wait.
They're gonna fill you with gravel, dirt, and grout.
Become solid, my son.
It's gonna be like
He's dead, Jim.
You're gonna wall off the coke oven.
I think he was fading out super hard at the end.
How about How about
I mean,
flesh
like,
golem?
rather than a
What if we
like
feed
10
him